Good morning, Council. Sorry that I was late. I was hanging out at the wrong room. I didn't read my own itinerary on the room, so I apologize for that. Thanks for Senator Tyson for setting me in the right direction. Okay, we're going to start today. Today, we've got three substitutes on the council today for people that couldn't be here. Senator Francisco, welcome back. She's here for Senator Pittman. Representative Long is setting in for Representative Estes today, and Connor Cross is here for Katie Givens. So that's the three. And I think the first thing on the agenda is to explain the pre-bid conference. I'm going to skip over that first. We're going to start with the audit from the post-audit department that was done, and I was at that meeting, and so it's a pretty good audit. So we're going to go ahead and have them go through their preliminary findings on the second part of their audit, and then we'll start the pre-bid conference right after that. Thank you. Looks like Matt Etzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Matt Etzel. I'm going to be presenting the results of our audit looking at the Department of Labor's response to unemployment claims processing during the COVID-19 pandemic. As a reminder, this is part two of a two-part audit. We released part one back in February of this year. That part focused on what kinds of unemployment fraud schemes occurred during the pandemic. It also included a preliminary estimate on how much unemployment fraud could have occurred in Kansas in 2020. Part two of the audit, which is what I'm presenting today, focuses on the main causes for delays in claims processing in Kansas during the pandemic. It also includes an updated fraud estimate. So that's all I'll be covering today. Given your familiarity with the state's unemployment program, I'm going to skip over our normal background and just jump right into our findings. As I'm sure you're aware, there were significant delays in claims processing during the pandemic. That was true nationally as well as in Kansas. And again, our objective for this audit was to determine what really was the root cause for those delays. What we ended up finding was that it was really a combination of three things: rapid changes to the state's unemployment program, historically high unemployment claims, and an ill-equipped computer processing system. So I'll walk you through each of those, and we'll start with the state's computer processing system, which those findings begin on page 5 of the report. So as I'm sure you know, states use large, powerful computer systems to process unemployment claims. Those computers run on a significant amount of computer code. Like many states, Kansas's unemployment processing system is centered around a mainframe computer system that operates on an outdated coding language, in our case from around the 1970s. What's happened is that over time, KDOL had to add modern programs and systems around that outdated mainframe. And modern programs don't integrate well with the mainframe, and that's because they're really running on two different languages, one modern, one outdated. So what's happened is that KDOL's ended up with kind of a piecemeal processing system made up of newer and older technology. And at times, those different systems can struggle to work together. That's especially true during periods of high claims volume, which is exactly what we saw during the pandemic. Figure 2 on page 9 of the report shows that claims increased from about 3,000 in February 2020 up to about 66,000 just a month later by March. And they remained high for most of the pandemic. That increase in claims put a tremendous amount of stress on that piecemeal system, causing it to break down periodically. And when it was down or when it wasn't functioning properly, that contributed to those delays in claims processing. One of the other main issues that we found was that not only was the mainframe's code outdated, it was also disorganized. What had happened was that historically, KDOL staff hadn't followed a uniform or well-documented process when they made changes to the mainframe's code. Because of that, that code became very disorganized, and that's risky, especially as you continue to modify that code. Basically, the code's now disorganized to the point where you can't be sure what effect new changes will have on the system, and sometimes those changes can create errors that will eventually delay claims. What also happened was during the pandemic, the US Department of Labor was handing down a lot of changes to states' unemployment programs. And those changes required KDOL staff to modify that mainframe code. In some cases, those changes had a bad interaction with that disorganized code, and it created several errors on people's claims. So, for example, KDOL showed us some examples where a coding error made it appear that several people were no longer eligible for benefits, despite having multiple weeks of benefits remaining. And unfortunately, these errors, they're not easy to see and they're not easy to fix. So you need specialized staff to review the claims and identify the issue, and you need specialized IT staff familiar with that outdated code to be able to fix that issue. So these aren't always quick fixes, and during that time, people were going without benefits. As I'm sure you also know, KDOL's in the process of modernizing its computer processing system. Based off of some of the planning documents and RFP we've seen for that project, it does seem like the new system would move away from that outdated mainframe. Would also give KDOL a chance to get away from that disorganized coding structure. So we think if executed correctly, that modernization project could help address some of the main issues that we saw that caused delays to claims processing during the course of the pandemic. With that, I'd like to move on and briefly talk about KDOL's call center, which those findings actually also begin on page 9 of the report. We did review KDOL's staffing numbers and call center data to see how they were staffed, how many calls were coming in, and how many calls they were able to answer. One really important thing to know about KDOL's customer service representatives is that those positions are federally funded, and that federal funding generally increases or decreases with a state's unemployment rate. So going into the pandemic, Kansas had low unemployment rates, somewhere around 3% in 2019. Because unemployment rates were so low, funding for those customer service representatives was also low going into the pandemic. So for example, in April 2020, KDOL only had 33 fully trained customer service representatives to answer phones. When you look at the number of incoming calls and calls answered, which are shown in figure 3 on page 10, you'll see that KDOL staff were only able to answer very few, about 1% of those incoming calls in April 2020. Now, over the course of the pandemic, KDOL did increase its staffing, mostly using contracted staff. KDOL reported bringing on around 500 additional surge staff during this time. But as you can see in the figure, there didn't seem to be a clear increase in calls answered during the pandemic. One possible reason for that could be that not all of those surge staff were always assigned to answering phones. Some of them were assigned to other administrative duties. Some of them were making outbound calls during that time. So if a significant amount of those surge staff weren't answering phones on a given day, that could lessen the impact that we see or we thought we'd see on the number of incoming calls over the course of the pandemic. With that, I'd like to move on to my last main topic, which is our updated fraud estimate, which begins on page 13 of the report. So as a quick refresher, in February of this year, we reported a preliminary estimate of $600 million in potential fraud in Kansas in 2020. That was a very high-level estimate with the intent of just providing some idea of how much fraud was occurring while we continued to work with KDOL's claims data to come up with a more accurate, more detailed estimate, which was what I'll be presenting today. So for this estimate, we used something called a neural network, which is a form of machine learning to help us identify suspicious claims that could be fraud. Going into a ton of detail, we basically started this by reviewing a sample of 1,000 claims. For each of those claims, we looked at 26 things that could indicate imposter fraud. So for example, we looked to see how many times the same complex password was used across unique claims. The chances of that happening by chance are very low. So when we see that, that's a good indicator to us that fraud might be occurring. So then using those 1,000 claims, we trained the neural network to replicate our decision-making patterns. Once it was trained, the network could then go and make those same kinds of decisions on all of the unique claims applications from January 2020 through February 2021. which was a little over 1 million claims. So it's essentially helping us to automate that fraud review process. Just a quick note on this, though. Our model was only looking for cases of imposter fraud. It would not have picked up on other things like improper payments or cases of wage fraud, for example. But with all that in mind, we now estimate that about $700 million in unemployment fraud could have occurred in Kansas between January 2020 and February 2021. Ultimately, our fraud estimate is a combination of two things: the results of our neural network and claims that KDOL had already marked as fraud in its data. And that breakdown is shown in Figure 4 on page 15 of the report. So starting from the left in that figure, you can see there's about $71 million in fraud that our neural network flagged that KDOL did not. And that's only claims that our neural network was at least 95% confident were fraud. We set that bar pretty high to make sure that we had a high level of confidence in what the neural network was finding on its own. Then moving into the middle section on that figure, there's about 309 million that was flagged by both our neural network and by KDOL as fraud. So that's kind of where we overlapped. And then on the far right of that figure, you can see there's about $306 million that was flagged by KDOL, but not by our neural network. So together, those pieces make up our $700 million estimate. Now, KDOL did have some concerns with the $306 million that they identified, but our neural network did not. They were concerned that some of that $306 million were legitimate claims that had been incorrectly flagged over the course of the pandemic. We do acknowledge that risk, but there wasn't a way yet to verify how much of that $306 million might have been incorrectly flagged as fraud. To do that, KDOL is going to have to investigate each one of those claims to determine how many were legitimate and how many were actually fraudulent, which I believe they've started the process of doing that, but that will take some time to investigate those. So we do note that as a limitation. There's also a few other limitations that both could potentially overstate or understate our estimate, which are listed on page 16 of the report if you're interested in more details on that. I'd also like to highlight Figure 5 on page 18 of the report. This is a breakdown of our $700 million fraud estimate by state and federal programs over the course of the pandemic. What we found was that of that 700 million, about half, so 343 million, came from federal unemployment funds, and about half, around 344 million, came from state unemployment funds. So it was pretty evenly split, but the difference was when that fraud occurred. So as you can see in the figure, fraud from the federal programs, which is that orange line, occurred mostly in the summer of 2020, peaking around July 2020, whereas fraud from the state's program, which is represented as that blue line, really started to pick up pace towards the end of the year around November 2020. I will note that fraud from the state's regular unemployment program did affect the state's trust fund, the balance of the state's unemployment trust fund. Over the course of the pandemic, that trust fund balance declined by about $711 million. So if you're using our estimate, that means fraudulent payments could have accounted for about 48% of that decline. And the last thing I'd like to talk about is fraud prevention, which those findings are summarized in Figure 6 on page 19 of the report. As that figure shows, we found a significant number of all claims filed during the pandemic, around 59%, were attempts to commit fraud. But we also found that about 30% of those fraud attempts were paid. So that means you kind of following that 70% of all fraudulent attempts in Kansas during the pandemic were not paid. So we wanted to try to estimate the value of those fraudulent claims that were stopped, that weren't paid. So using the average of claims paid, we estimated that about $2 billion in potentially fraudulent payments were prevented in Kansas over the course of the pandemic. That concludes my summary of our main findings, but I'm happy to stand to answer any of the council's questions.
Okay, Council. So the Department of Labor also has a response to this, and we'll let them weigh in. But first, are there any questions for Matt? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be for the Department of Labor, but there's been a reference to the new identity verification process. My understanding is there were some federal prohibitions against implementing that kind of a process earlier. Do you know if that's the case, or maybe the Department of Labor should answer that?
Maybe Department of Labor would be better suited for that.
You want to go ahead and field that?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator, what you're referring to was with the PUA program specifically. When the CARES Act was passed, the CARES Act language and then the subsequent guidance from USDOL prohibited state labor agencies from doing income verification on the self-reported income for PUA claims. So what you have on the regular UI side is employers file quarterly wage reports. We have all that information in our system. We use that to calculate someone's monetary entitlement, which is going to tell us how much their weekly benefit amount would be. On the PUA side, because it was designed to service the self-employed, the gig workers, they were to self-report their income because they wouldn't have that same employer relationship that exists on the regular UI side. And then we would use that to calculate their weekly benefit amount. The problem was the language and guidance in the CARES Act prohibited us from verifying that in any way. So we had to take at face value what a claimant reported as their self-employment income. This was an issue that was recognized pretty early by both the states and USDOL. So in late December of 2020, when the Continued Assistance Act was passed, they made changes to those provisions for the PUA program that then allowed states to require income verification to entitle those claims. So that was one of the very early problems, specifically on the federal side, and specifically in terms of PUA, that made it more challenging for states to combat the fraud in that program because we did not have the ability to verify that income.
Thank you. That was a great explanation of what I had an inkling of.
Are there any other questions, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, was that fraud legitimate fraud, or was that people just applying? You know, some people apply and they're close to meeting the qualifications, so they'll stretch it. Or is it someone, a bad actor out there, the fraudulent behavior that was, dinging us? Was it, which kind of fraud was that? And what the percentage were really good actors? And
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I'll kind of add a couple of comments there. I think specific to the issue we were just discussing with PUA and income verification, I think a lot of that is going to be the imposter fraud category of bad actors trying to steal someone's information and victimize them to claim benefits in their name. That being said, we've certainly seen cases where individuals have falsified their income to entitle themselves to benefits in the PUA program. We've certainly seen that after the Continued Assistance Act passed, when we were allowed to ask for that wage verification information, we would find individuals either attempting to falsify documentation to entitle themselves to a claim or unable to show the documentation to support the wages they initially entered for the PUA program. So like a lot of stuff here, I'd say it's a mix of a few different factors. The other one note I'd add to my previous comment to Senator Francisco is the timing of the CARES Act is really important to consider here. Looking at the week of March 15th, 2020 is when we really saw things start to shut down and the quick escalation of the pandemic and then the filing of claims. That was March 15th. By March 27th, the CARES Act had passed both chambers of Congress and was signed by the president. So for a piece of legislation that had such a massive impact on the UI system and several other areas of government, 12 days is an unbelievably quick turnaround time. And it was necessary at the time for many reasons because of the pandemic. But one of the reasons an issue like PUA wage verification probably wasn't caught was just the speed at which Congress needed to act at that time. So I think that context might be a little helpful in explaining how some of that happened.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a methodology-related question, just to kind of help me understand. So council, if we can look at page 15 at figure 4. So we see that you came up with the number of 700 million, but if we add 71 plus 309 plus 306, that's only 686 million. And I get it that at this budgetary level in the legislature, we kind of treat $1 million like it's not a lot. It certainly is to our constituents. Why did we round up such a huge amount? And is that normal? Is that common? Is that a thing? So tell me a little bit more about how we got from 686 to 700. Thank you.
I think for our office, when we round that aggressively, it's to steer people away from kind of a false sense of precision and accuracy. So if we came out and reported a number that was 686 million, that seems very, very precise, when in fact this is a very high level estimate. And so trying to round aggressively to get away from that kind of sense of precision that isn't necessarily in this kind of estimate.
All right, so if people are referring to this very large 700 million number, it is worth noting for the committee, council, and anyone else here that perhaps 700 million might be a little bit bigger and that we're not really working with precise numbering here. So I totally get it. I really appreciate you explaining. Thank you.
I agree with your representative, and it could go both ways, and that's kind of why we're doing the second half of this meeting, so that we can get to the bottom of exactly what the number really is. And I want to circle back for just a second to the Deputy Secretary. When you were precluded from verifying the PUA claims, they certainly, that was for income and employment, but I know that we were warned on ID theft and ID issues and that kind of a fraud as early as March. And we were warned by the federal government almost every time they sent any kind of a letter out. Also, we were funded for the ID theft, ID verification in September. Was that not to be used on PUA claims, or did they want us to make sure that the people were who they were?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the wage verification portion that I kind of spoke to earlier on Senator Francisco's question is just one component of many as to why, that kind of explains a lot of the undertone of why PUA is so different and why it presented challenges. I think it's a fair point to say, Mr. Chairman, that the agency needed to want to do everything we could to prevent fraud, both in the PUA program and everywhere else. As you can see by the graphs, PUA was attacked first. We saw it attacked in other states earlier in Kansas. We saw it later in other states. We continued to run data, metrics, and analytics and find tools to look at PUA claims to try and identify the fraud outside of the wage question. Because like I said, that was a challenge, but there were certainly other data patterns that we looked at to determine if a claim was likely fraudulent. So I think that's a portion of it. To the grant funding we received, I believe at first in September, and various different U-polls we got. It was something that every state was aware of was a problem. We were working to combat. Kansas worked to get an ID verification solution in place. I think this council saw in a previous piece of testimony from one of the vendors in that space that the time period of November to February where Kansas implemented was the same time period in which a lot of states also implemented that or a similar technology. So I think all of that's to say, throughout the course of the pandemic, especially starting in the summer and building through the fall and into the spring, the approach of the agency was throw absolutely everything we can at the fraud problem to try and stop some of these fraudulent claims. The other piece of that I think is important to note, and I think every member, at least the legislative members of this council, recognize is an unfortunate side effect of that until we could get the ID verification system in place was that some legitimate claimants had something that flagged as potentially fraudulent in our system and were suspended from receiving benefits for some time. It was an unfortunate side effect of trying to stop as much fraud as we could. So, Mr. Chairman, to circle to your original question, I think the wage verification piece is just one component of why there were some challenges in the fraud space. I think the agency did everything they could at the time to attempt to prevent and identify fraud. But I think as Kansas and every other state learned in that late 2020, early 2021 phase, the only way you get to really meaningfully stopping as much fraud as possible is to have that front door in place. And the results we saw in Kansas, mirrored many other states that implemented around the same time. The other quick piece I'd add is that as we added our front door on, we saw the fraudsters going to other states and massively attacking their system. Every week, NASWA would send out reports to states saying this state saw a 400% increase in claims. That'd be a clear indicator that there's likely a coordinated fraud attack. And even as states have put up better front doors, and at this point, I think every state has done so, you've now seen fraudsters do a lot more phishing attempts, a lot of attempts to impersonate an agency to get someone to give up their username or password, for example, and then redirect their funds. My position on this moving forward is that fraudsters have discovered that all 53 states and territories have these trust funds, and they're going to continue to try and attack us. So federal programs ended this past weekend, and that's kind of been the big news story. In my mind, though, this is going to be a continued fight for the foreseeable future against these fraudsters.
Okay, so we weren't precluded from verifying anyone's identity from any program.
No, there was no preclusion to that.
Okay. I've got Mr. Hayes and then Senator Olson.
Just a couple of things to piggyback off of Chairman Tarwater's comments on the USDOL warnings about identity theft really going to become an issue. I think the Kansas Department of Labor, as well as every other state across the nation, had received multiple warnings by June, and I know there was an ask by middle of the year last year, can we put an identity theft solution in place? And the response that we received was, no, it's not possible. And then to turn around 8 months later, you can look at the charts and the graphs from this LPA audit. Had we acted in June or had a much more aggressive approach, this committee may not have even been born. So here we are. I'm going to direct my questions back to Mr. Etzel now on the additional areas where maybe there's low confidence. Obviously, Kansas Department of Labor has other indicators. There's human element touching those claims, et cetera, and they were set aside for various reasons as well. But would you say as we move forward with the independent audit, a sharper focus on the 1099s and analyzing those, as well as bank account and routing informations, would prove beneficial as a secondary or at least a complementary piece to this audit?
It would be complementary. Those were things that we weren't able to look at, just timing reasons and trying to get those data fields for our analysis. So exactly, banking account information, routing information, IP address, 1099Gs, those would all be in addition to what we were able to look at for our analysis.
Are there any outside of those top three level, the 1099 banking, accounting and routing numbers and IP addresses that you think should be a sharp focus for us as we move forward?
I think those were the key ones that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Senator Olson, no more question? Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the graph on page 18 that talks about federal funds and state funds. And I'm also trying to re-immerse myself in all this discussion about unemployment. But my understanding is that the $300 federal payment would have been available between October and February. The additional 300, and if that's the case, then my question would be, why is there so little evidence of that match of federal funds to state funds?
Yeah, Senator. So just to kind of provide the timeline, so FPUC, which is Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, is the additional supplement that's added to every underlying benefit program. The first week of FPUC, I believe, was the week ending April 4th. And at the time from the CARES Act, it was $600 in addition to whatever the underlying benefit was. That amount went all the way through the week ending July 25th. When FPUC expired, Congress was not in a position to pass additional legislation to expand it. President Trump signed an executive memorandum that created the Lost Wages Assistance Program. It was an optional program for states to provide an additional $300 or $400 to kind of extend FPUC, so to speak, at that lower amount. Every state and territory chose to participate in LWA except for South Dakota. LWA was 6 weeks at $300 of supplement, 3 or 4 states did the $400 because if you chose to do the higher amount, the state had to pay for the difference. So that was through the week ending September 5th. From that point until the week ending January 2nd, 2021, there was no supplemental benefit added to unemployment claims. When the Continued Assistance Act passed, it reauthorized FPUC at the $300 amount that extended all the way through this past Saturday, September 4th. So for the time period from early September through the end of December, there was no supplemental program in place that added to underlying claims.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to direct your attention to page 16. Just kind of curious, there's a notation here that we've skipped over about 9,000 missing applications. Can you kind of elaborate on that? Because well, first of all, let me follow up a question on that. Did these people receive payment? We know that they received payment.
Yes.
Could we tell a dollar amount that they received payment?
Yeah, basically there's two data sets that we had. There is a data set, kind of break it into applications for benefits and then data set of payments to benefits. So one of our first tasks was kind of matching those up. So we had claimant IDs that received a payment that we couldn't find in the application data. So that was a higher number. We were able to work with KDOL over the course of the audit to get that number down to about 9,000, but that was about as close as we could get those two data sets to align in the end.
So do we have any idea if these claims were fraudulent, not? Do we have any idea?
So some portion of those 9,000 claims that were paid that we didn't have application data for were flagged by KDOL as fraud. But our neural network wasn't able to look at those 9,000 because what our neural network was looking at was that application data. So our neural network wasn't able to evaluate those 9,000 for fraud, which is why that's included as a limitation in here.
Now, along the 1099-G problem, and I'm not trying to be critical of anybody here. I'm just asking a kind of a simple question: is if I'm just keeping a spreadsheet and I am identifying what is a fraudulent claim and what's not based on who contacts me based on a fraudulent 1099-G, one would assume that this would be a pretty simple report to draw from. Could you elaborate on why this was so difficult to ascertain, and evaluate?
Kind of two parts to that. One, it took a little while to get the data in-house. We really appreciate KDOL and working with us and understand that their challenges and getting us the information that we need. But I think it was one of those things where by the time we got that data set, we had quite a few questions about it. It wasn't organized in a way that we felt very confident about that data. And given where we were at with the results of our neural network, we made the decision to go on concluding on the two pieces that we had that we felt confident in: the data that KDOL had, claims that KDOL had marked as flagged, and the results of our neural network. So just given some of the uncertainties about the condition of that spreadsheet, we decided not to end up using it or report on it.
Are you confident that we accounted for everyone who had a fraudulent 1099-G filed against them and that this has been taken care of, or do you have any, maybe that's a better question?
Yes.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Oswald, what I can say is any 1099 issue that was reported to us as fraudulent was subsequently flagged in the mainframe system immediately. So if someone received a 1099 that they know they shouldn't have and reported to the agency, part of the process to reconcile that and reissue them a $0 1099 to abate that issue on the tax side was also flagging that claim as fraudulent. So I would say with a high degree of confidence in the 1099 piece alone, that any reported issue related to that was immediately flagged as fraudulent.
I appreciate that. I also want to recognize, openly that this was not a simplistic solution. I mean, a lot of people had a 1099 that they actually received legitimate benefits, then they were fraudulently attacked. Then you complicated that 1099-G with, the mixed results. So I don't have any other questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary, how many $0 1099-Gs were resent out?
I do not have that information in front of me, but I can follow up with it on, we have the data metrics on how many protests we received requesting a correction, how many ended up being $0 corrections, and then how many we, to Mr. Oswald's point, reconciled in some other manner. That's not information I have in front of me, but stuff I can easily get.
That'd be great. And I'd like to know the dollar figure of the amount that was corrected, if you can do that. And I'm assuming that amount of fraud was included in, or was some of the fraud that you agreed with post-audit? Or was that on the, I guess that'd be a question for Matt, the numbers that you saw that they also flagged, were those mostly the 1099-Gs, or you weren't afforded that data?
So if we were able to use the separate 1099-G data, we could cross-check that to the results of our estimate and be able to do that comparison to say, of the claims that KDOL had flagged as fraudulent, this is the percentage of those that were reconciled as a result of a 1099-G reconciliation. We weren't able to do that. Now, that being said, we acknowledge that both that middle section of that figure, so what we overlapped on and what KDOL identified that we did not, it likely contains some amount of those claims that were eventually flagged as fraud because of a 1099-G reconciliation. So it's included in there, we just can't say how much.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Mr. Hayes?
Just one for the Deputy Secretary, if I can, and you may address it in your overall response, but of the $306 million that LPA shows low confidence in, if those are still set aside and we're still sifting through those are potentially legitimate claimants and Kansans that are still sitting on the sidelines. What's the time frame to actually wheel through those claim dollars and those claims?
Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hayes. So a few kind of comments on the 306 million universe. I think that that's likely a combination of a few different things in that low confidence identified area. I think there's a population of claimants who are legitimate and received a fraud flag that shouldn't have. I think you have a lot of stuff that's flagged as fraud for non-imposter fraud reasons, which is why the neural network wouldn't have picked it up. For example, we've seen a substantial increase in wage fraud. Individuals who were returned to work and continued to claim benefits during a period of time. One of at least my theories on this, and I've heard other state administrators kind of speak to this as well, is that everybody knows unemployment systems in every state are overwhelmed in some area. So there's a certain sense of, I can probably not get caught on this. The other thing too is, normally we're at 16 weeks of unemployment, what we've returned to now. If you claim benefits for 10 weeks and resumed work, your incentive to potentially try and fraudulently continue to claim benefits is only 6 weeks. It's not as much of an incentive as today when there were 79 total benefit weeks available. And then we kind of talked to the PUA fraud stuff. There's bad actors, as I talked to Senator Olson about, that tried to claim in PUA, but there's also legitimate folks who tried to fraudulently entitle themselves to benefits in the PUA program. So I think that 306 million universe is a big combination of those three things. In terms of the legitimate claimant subset, I think one really important note is that we hit the peak of unemployment in April, May timeframe and got close to about 13%. Over the course of summer and the early fall, we returned back to earth. I think we're in about the 4 to 5% and eventually the high to mid threes, which is where we've been for most of 2021. There are a lot of claimants who probably claimed from the time period of March, April, the beginning of the pandemic, that returned to work either in the summer or the early fall. And, that's evidenced by the unemployment rate falling substantially. There's likely many of those claims that, as I said earlier, we threw the kitchen sink at the fraud problem. We were stopping many claims where a fraud flag was added to that claim. And the reason it hasn't been addressed to this point is because that individual hasn't needed benefits. They returned to work. They're part of the labor force again. We see now that as some folks have had to claim benefits again for whatever reason, a fraud flag had been added to their account that we have to address. For ID verification specific issues on the fraud side, those are turned around about 48 to 72 hours. If it's just a case of we have to call John Doe, verify who he is, verify the payment information on his account is his and not a fraudster's, and then clearing that flag, that's a quick and relatively easy process. The fraud issues that are challenging and take investigation are the wage fraud issues I talked about earlier, where we have to get additional information from the claimant, where we have to contact their employer that filed a quarterly wage report and see, what weeks in this quarter did you pay this person for, and then compare that to what weeks did they claim benefits and if they claimed any wages. So, Mr. Hayes, to get back to your original question, the legitimate claimants today that are a simple ID verification issue, we turn those around fairly quickly. It's the complicated fraud issues that just take time to gather the different responses and investigate, and then ultimately deliver a determination. Members of this council will recall that prior to the enactment of House Bill 2196, Kansas had a 5-year fraud penalty. Now it's 1 year on the first offense and 5 years for a subsequent offense. So obviously, we try to investigate every fraud matter to the fullest extent before delivering a determination of that significance.
Mr. Oswald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Secretary, your comments brought up a thought. Do you guys have at this point, this is a little off topic, so I apologize, but you brought it up. At this point, do we have any idea what the amount of traditional fraud is, the wage verification portion of it? I know of one client of mine who has a $40,000 overpayment for one of their employees who didn't bother to report wages. Do you have any idea? I know you won't have an end number, but do you have any idea what the ongoing total of that particular type of fraud is at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oswald. I wouldn't want to estimate off the top of my head. What I could certainly do is go back to our fraud team and look specifically at determinations issued related to the code for wage claim fraud, and then see the dollar amount associated with overpayments, and that would probably give you a close universe to what has been determined by the agency to this point in time. What that won't capture is anything that's currently pending investigation or pending a response from employer, et cetera. But we could probably at least get a starting universe of what we've to this point determined in the pandemic as wage fraud.
Senator Olson, and then we'll go on to the Department of Labor's response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any way to go and check how many we've determined as to be fraudulent, but then we've went through and they're legitimate claimants, to know how many out of the state bucket we've cleared? I mean, is it 10 million, 20 million, 50 million? Because I know I've gotten a lot of calls and a lot of other people, and as we pass them on, I'm guessing they're in that fraudulent bucket, and we've cleared a lot of claims across the state in the last several months. We might have initially said it was fraud, which it's probably in that number. Now that number's out. I mean, do we know?
Yeah, Senator, I want to take that back to my fraud team. I'm thinking now of the mainframe and how you do the data pull to say this claim had a fraud flag and then it was since zeroed out, and see if we can collect the total number of claimants that have that scenario on the non-E mainframe screen. And then the second question would be seeing if you can determine the dollar amount they had in their most recent benefit year. That might get you to that answer. I am way over my skis in terms of technology on this one, so I'll have to take that back to the fraud team to see what data we can pull kind of related to that question.
And probably the number of them that have been cleared. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Secretary, would you go ahead? Matt, you'll hang around, and Director Stowe, you'll hang around for questions from both us and from any potential bidders. Thank you. Deputy Secretary, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'm going to give kind of a summarized version of the response I gave to the LPA committee last week. I'll start by saying, KDOL is largely in agreement with the findings of LPA, and I do have to say, we've been engaged with Matt and his team for well over a year at this point. They've been great to work with. I think they've done really good work working with our agency on what everybody here probably sees as a very complicated topic and problem. So I'm going to kind of briefly speak to the benefits portion of it first, and then I'll speak to the fraud part. And everybody here knows, some of the risks that we've talked about is some of the challenges we face in the agency in terms of the unprecedented volume, the overnight increase in claims, not the typical building you'd see in a recession where it takes months or even years for claim volume to build, but essentially overnight going from 2,000 initial claims to 50,000 a week. And of course, we've talked extensively about the IT systems that we're fighting and trying to work through to pay claimants. Just to kind of really summarize, and especially now that federal programs ended this weekend, what we had to do, we had regular unemployment, which went from 16 weeks to 26 weeks, and then now just programmed back down to 16 weeks. We had to implement PEUC and then 2 extensions of that program. We had to implement FPUC, stop FPUC, change FPUC to a different amount and extend it. We then had to build a new system for PUA, extend that program twice. We had to create the new Lost Wages Assistance Program, administer it for 6 weeks and then shut that down. And then we also triggered onto extended benefits, so we added 13 weeks onto regular UI. We then triggered onto high extended benefits for the first time in state history, which changed that 13 weeks to 20 weeks. And this is a total of 6 programs implemented over the course of the pandemic that had 79 benefit weeks available to them. Many claimants touched 2, 3, or 4 of these programs. Some claimants touched all 6 at one point in their claim life cycle. All of this is to kind of just underscore what we've talked about a lot, which is this was an extremely complicated challenge and had many moving components to this. And obviously, Matt said it, but all 6 of these programs were implemented, in some frame communicating with the mainframe legacy system that we were fighting and the challenges that Matt had discussed. One thing that's come up a few times that I just wanted to kind of give some numbers to back up is we've talked about continuous guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor. Matt mentioned how frequently USDOL sends us guidance or instructions on the programs. We pulled some few numbers, and in total since the start of the pandemic, and this was actually, I have 47 U-Pulls issued since the start of the pandemic. USDOL issued a 44-page piece of guidance on Friday, the day before programs ended, so it's now 48 U-Pulls. And these are complicated pieces of guidance, as you can probably imagine from a 44-page policy letter. We've sent over 130 questions to the regional office from Kansas alone, seeking further clarification or guidance on how to administer these federal programs. So it continues to take a relationship between USDOL, the states, and the regional offices to administer all of these programs and make sure that we're compliant with the federal law. One kind of final point on the benefit system that I wanted to kind of speak to is, I heard one of my colleagues in another state say this, and I think it was a really accurate summarization of the problem in one sentence. Throughout the course of the pandemic, the UI system was asked to do 2 things that are in many ways contradictory to each other. We were asked to pay benefits as quickly as possible to those across the country in need, while also fighting an unprecedented level of fraudulent attempts on the system that just take time to work through and stop and address and prevent. So states were asked to do these 2 tasks simultaneously that in many ways contradicted each other. The other kind of piece I'll speak to briefly, and Matt talked about it as well, is the call answered numbers. I think Matt's assessment was fair that there's 2 pieces that go to that. One, over the course of the pandemic, as individuals, at the start of the pandemic, you're just on regular unemployment, and then you have to transition to an extension program and the supplements. And as the pandemic went on, calls just got more complicated, and the average handle time from the start of the pandemic to kind of some of the most challenging times, which is the spring and early summer, went from about 10 minutes to 20 minutes. So some of these issues became more complicated. It just took more time to resolve those calls. The other thing too is, from an agency perspective, we want our resources where claimants are going to be getting paid. That's not always answering inbound phone calls. We have a lot of outbound phone call work streams because individuals at different points in time could not reach the agency through the contact center, and we had to build systems for them to request outbound calls, for us to do that, to provide that service to them. ID verification calls, a lot of back office works to streamline adjudications, to call employers and claimants about separation issues. So there's a lot of components to that I wanted to highlight, but at the end of the day, the agency puts resources where they most effectively can help people get paid, because that's really what we're trying to see at the end of the day. Obviously, the metric that we look closest at is what is the average number of unique calls answered during a day or during a week. As Matt pointed out, at the height of calls and the height of the challenges of the agency, that was less than 1%. I looked at this past week before I came over here. Every day we were somewhere between 77 and 87% of unique calls answered. I've said to this committee before, that's not where I want to be, but it's much better than where we were at many parts of the pandemic. And we're in that 80% range. A 4 out of 5 chance of connecting to someone's a lot better than the 1% we were at earlier. Now, just to speak briefly on the fraud piece, we are in agreement with the assessment from LPA that about 380 million is the high confidence universe for imposter fraud. And that there's 306 million, that low confidence universe that I spoke to a little bit earlier, that just requires further investigation. I do think that speaks to the foresight of the legislature during the legislative session to commission the audit that this council is going to put in place. I think LPA did a great job getting to an estimate. I think the only way you get to a true number and a deep understanding of this problem is a forensic audit that's looking at every single transaction. And I think that's the path forward here. The other thing I note that I think probably made LPA's work challenging is that very few states have actually released an estimate of their fraud universe at this point in time. It's probably about 5 to 10, including the state of Kansas. And that just speaks to the brutal complexity of the issue. Two estimates I've seen recently. One over the summer, USTOL's Office of Inspector General indicated their current estimate is at least $89 billion across the country in unemployment fraud. I also recently saw the CEO of a company called ID.me that this council would be familiar with estimates the number is more likely in the $400 billion neighborhood. Those are obviously two very different estimates, and I think just speaks to where we're at as a country in terms of solving this issue and how complicated and how long it's going to take to get a wrangle on this, at least nationwide. But I would say the work this council is undertaking and the audit we're about to undertake certainly puts Kansas ahead of where many other states are, at least from my observation. The final note I'd want to add on the fraud piece, Matt kind of mentioned that at the end of the day, 70% of fraud attempts were stopped by the agency. The audit report estimates that we stopped $2 billion in fraud. I would estimate that's much closer to $20 billion. The reason I say that is most claims end up getting stopped somewhere in that 1 to 6 week time period. If a claim paid out 2 weeks and we stopped it, 2 weeks of fraud did pay out. But that also means we stopped 77 other potential weeks from paying out if you consider the possible life cycle of a claim. So I wanted to point out that, I think LPA was right to point out that a lot of fraud was stopped, that more fraud claims were stopped than were not stopped. And the KDOL staff did, stop a substantial amount of payouts that could have really had a more significant impact than what we've seen to this point. Mr. Chairman, that summarizes kind of the testimony I gave last week. I'm happy to stand for any additional questions.
Representative Clayton has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Council, if we look on page 6, just in that top bullet point up there, so what I want to ask you about is, how did we get here with this almost, it seems like we see this both in the private sector and the public sector, where we almost kind of deify individuals who are really good at programming. We've got, maybe 1 or 2 people that really know how to do this work. And I think a lot of this is concern on the behalf of these IT employees regarding job security, right? If they don't teach anyone else how it works, then that sort of guarantees that they're able to hold their spot. How is the department going to be moving forward to make sure that this isn't something where just one person knows how to do it, to where it's, I don't know if we're following national standards, but, again, I see this a lot in the public and private sector. Tell me about a little bit more. I know I'm going on a tangent, but how are we going to fix that systemic problem?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative. I think it's fair to say, and I think most folks here would agree, that recruiting, very talented IT professionals in the public sector is a challenge just because of, the salary that we offer, the competition in the private sector, and just the labor market demand for IT professionals. Part of the core problem here in Kansas is just we had a system built on COBOL in the 70s. They stopped teaching COBOL at one point in time, and we got to a point where we were still not upgraded. And this is unique to Kansas. 30 states have some sort of mainframe component to their UI system today, But because we didn't modernize onto a modern platform sooner, our labor pool for COBOL programmers continued to shrink as they, retired and moved on, et cetera. So I certainly think that the number one goal of modernization has always been get the mainframe completely retired and out the door, get onto a modernized system where we can much more effectively recruit resources, because not only are, for COBOL right now, we're having to recruit folks who are experienced and at least mid or end of their career, but we now have the opportunity to recruit maybe individuals who are more in the early stages of their career to train in state government, to, come in and be part of that system. I do think that something the agency is looking at and the state of Kansas is going to be looking at is outside of salary, where we know it's challenging to compete with the private sector. What else can state government do to make employment at a state agency for IT professionals and other in-demand professions just more attractive and more meaningful? I think most of us would agree that pay alone is not the only thing that drives an individual towards their job, and certainly that's a huge component. But what other benefits, opportunities can be provided to ensure that we're getting the best opportunity to recruit those resources, not just for KDOL, but for the entire state of Kansas? I agree with you, Representative, that that's definitely going to be a challenge, but it's something that we are looking at very closely.
Thank you. And I think that obviously, I think that pay is a huge driver. I mean, it used to be that one of the reasons why you would choose a public sector job because there was dignity in being a public servant. And perhaps legislators like us and appropriators like us can start speaking better of our state employees. And if we kind of convey this, again, attitude of professionalism and respect, although I still think that the bottom line really works well. And if we start looking at perhaps giving better compensation or at least better benefits to these individuals, might by chance result in a better product. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Representative. And I also believe that the one demonstration that we did receive, and I think these other two demonstrations that we will receive tomorrow, are off-the-shelf type programs that come with ongoing reprogramming and updates. And so we will need fewer of those IT professionals, is my understanding, and that's what we're seeing in other states. But Deputy Secretary, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think part of the reason, at least for KDOL, and I suspect many state agencies, not just in Kansas, have the IT needs we have are just because we have so many homegrown systems, stuff like that, that aren't supported in a vendor capacity. Excuse me. So in addition to, whatever support a vendor would supply to the state of Kansas, it's also, generally speaking, for these modernized systems, one unified system that just has a lot less challenges, a lot less ancillary pieces that are trying to connect to it that need those levels of support. One thing that Matt spoke to in the audit was that our IT system, as it stands today, is very piecemeal. We've upgraded different components. We had an attempted modernization in the early 2000s that resulted in some upgrades, but where it sits today is, it's a piecemeal system with many different components interacting with each other. That just requires a much higher level of IT support. So when you have a more unified and integrated system, to your point, Mr. Chairman, a lot of that labor demand will likely diminish over time as the system gets modernized.
Okay, I want to talk about the call center for a minute, and we've talked about this many times. You stated that one of the reasons we didn't get to all the calls was because it was a complicated deal. It took a while to train individuals, and you allocated the resources to what you'd considered the highest need. We hired 500 individuals, is what we've been told. The audit they couldn't confirm that, but they did say that there was a lot of manpower needed. I think that, the Commerce Committee throughout the year, and all of us in this room that are representatives or senators, we received call after call after call and email after email from individuals that were in the highest time of need of their life, and they were going through the worst thing, that they lost their job. There was the state was shut down. There was no opportunity for employment. and then they would get kicked out of the system for one reason or another. The system was overwhelmed, the new program wasn't there, and they pick up the phone to call someone for help. We've answered 1% of those calls. And that's troublesome to a lot of people that are elected here. We're here to help these individuals, and it was frustrating. If they could get to us, you know, Julie and her group were very good at getting back to them. And we identified that early on, and we asked that if it was possible, could we just have somebody answer the call? Just pick it up and say, "Hi, I'm from Kansas, I'm here to help you." I don't know, I can't be the one that actually pays you, but I certainly can take a note on what your problem is, and we can have the proper individual call you back. I think that would have been a good place to allocate. That would be, in my consideration, the highest need, is the first individual phone call so that we can start the record on that person and get back to them when we can. We could explain to them, it's gonna be 2 weeks before we call you back, but we're here for you. And you're in our system now. You don't have to call 10 times a day or 20 times a day every day of your life to try to get in. Can we agree that, should this happen again, that would be a good allocation of resources? Just these new people that you're hiring that don't know the systems yet, they could at least answer the phone call rather, I mean, 1% is, I can't even speak to it. So Deputy Secretary, could you shed some light maybe on what we learned and what we could do differently going forward?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start by saying, one, I think that's a fair point. And I think, two, that over the course of the past 18 months, and at least for the time that I've been in my position, there's a lot of lessons learned about how we would do this differently. And I know that's kind of a constant consideration for myself, the Secretary, and others. If you look at, you know, the time period there too, when we really surged resources, I believe it was early to mid-March, when the agency and the governor's office announced that we were adding substantial resources to the phone. To your point, Mr. Chairman, there was a period in January, February, and into early March where call volume was very high, where a very limited number of people were able to get through on the phones. And it was incredibly frustrating for people that were in a very challenging spot. A big part of the call driver there was obviously the Continued Assistance Act had passed. The agency had yet to put the programming in place on the mainframe to pay those extensions. So many individuals who had been receiving benefits through the summer and the fall and into the winter then didn't have the extensions in place for post December 26th. That was a huge driver of calls. So if you look at the graph in LPA, and this is just the data set that we worked off of this data, you don't see May, April, June, which is when those resources that we started to add on in waves of 100 in March, April, May started hitting the phones. We definitely got to a point, and that's where we're at today, where, you know, like I said, 80% of calls-ish now are answered, or unique callers are answered each day. Many of those tier 1 or frontline resources don't have the ability, skill set, or whatever to, you know, make that payment in that call, but they're getting through. To your point, Mr. Chairman, it's been mixed results. There's been a lot of people who are very grateful to get through on the phone, to have someone getting their case started to do that. And we've seen that drive down the overall number of call attempts from, you know, where we were at in the spring and summer to, you know, there were days last week we were just over 10,000 call attempts, which is very low for where we've been. But there's also been people who are incredibly frustrated, and rightfully so, that when they get through on the phone, they get to the frontline agent, that individual is not able to help them at that time, or help with, you know, if it's a more complicated issue. My takeaway, and I think it's in line with your point, Mr. Chairman, is that if this ever is to happen again, there's a balance there of what we can do to make sure folks are getting acknowledged, and through, you know, not just on the phone, but multiple channels, right? In a modernized system, we need to have better ways for them to have online self-service, to work with a chat bot, to get through on the phone, to send email inquiries, all of that. But then also making sure that we have the resources on the back end that are doing things that get people paid, like clearing fraud flags, like making sure adjudications are done in a timely fashion, that the appeals system is moving smoothly. So all that's to say, Mr. Chairman, I hear your point. I think it's a good one. I think that if we ever get into that situation, and if I'm in this position, I'll certainly have a better perspective on how to allocate those resources. But I would acknowledge that there is definitely a challenge and a balancing act in terms of how many of the frontline tier one resources you have just to answer the phone and acknowledge it versus the back end office work of getting people paid. And just to add kind of one piece of anecdotal evidence that we had from early in the pandemic, many of you will recall that in the April, May, June timeframe, we took at the height 120 employees from other state agencies that at that point in the pandemic weren't fully utilized by their agency to do frontline call service, right? To answer the phone, to answer kind of FAQs, to acknowledge claimants, to get that process started. And like I said earlier, while that was helpful and reassuring to many, there was also an understandable level of frustration that an individual got through but still didn't get service. But Mr. Chairman, that's to say, I hear your point. I think it's a good one.
Representative Clayton, did you have something to add to that?
I think the main thing that I wanted to add is that I think, at least you and myself, and I think several other members of this council were on the Committee for Economic Recovery when we were really facing a lot of these major surges. And of course, the work that we all did in commerce and labor. But I have a different perspective regarding putting all of that money into simple tier one answering, just simply because if you look at my email inbox from that time, it was filled with enraged people who just saw it as an empty platitude on our part. They wanted their money so that they could pay their bills. I used to always think that people didn't know how much we knew until they knew how much we cared, but caring wasn't enough. We've got to get them results. And so I really want to see more investment, not just into like basic tier one triage, but employees that are trained at every single level, sort of that vertical integration, so that way they really can get the help to people that they need. So it's not just even a modernization standpoint, it's a training standpoint for our people, making sure that everyone knows everything that they can do. So we're not just giving our constituents platitudes, we give them results.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, kind of just to follow on that line, what I've sat in a lot of these meetings over the last couple of years. I would like someone on the other end, figure out a line and a way when someone calls in, their number's taken, someone's going to get back with them, they're going to resolve their case. But you take the next one in line. Because I've heard guys that have tried to get through, or ladies, for 6 weeks and never could get their place in line. And well, the next guy, he gets through. And, you're kind of, it's like buying a lottery ticket. You're lucky or you're not. And what I would like is a system that takes a name, phone number, kind of like the automation of the power company. When you call in, if you're changing your service, we can call you back in so long. I mean, if you had that to where, we were taking that and maybe it's 2 or 3 weeks out, but we can say in the next 10 days, we'll get back. I think that would give a lot of reassurance. Now, I've been around here a while and I was here in 8 and 9 and 10. And anybody that believes representatives are not going to get contacted when these crises are happening, they're just dead wrong. Because I probably got more calls back in that crisis or equal to what this one was. So you never want them calls, but that's our job. I mean, people are concerned. Also, the fraudsters know we're going to pass that stuff on too. So, we got to keep helping people. But I would like a system that when someone calls in, it takes their number down, someone gets back with them. I think that would improve your system in the cases of crisis. So thank you.
Deputy Secretary, response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Olson, Representative Clayton. I think, there's been a lot of fair points, man. I think one thing I wanted to add to the conversation that might be helpful is, Representative Clayton talked about what we can do to make sure the resources we have on board are better trained and fully integrated. The biggest challenge to that, and I think I've spoken to this prior, is, getting someone fully trained on the 6 different systems one of our CSRs has to use to fully service a claimant, I've spoken to 94 transactional screens in the mainframe. Obviously, not every CSR needs to know that, but the training burden is pretty substantial. A point of comparison that might be very helpful for this council. So some of you might be familiar with a program called DUA. It's Disaster Unemployment Assistance. It's actually the framework that PUA was originally going to be based on. DUA is activated when there's a natural disaster in a state and there's a unique unemployment need kind of outside the traditional UI structure. DUA has currently been activated in the state of Louisiana because of the hurricane. Louisiana is on a modernized system that's a graphic interface that's easier to use, so much so to the point that USDOL put out a call to other states that said, hey, Louisiana needs folks to assist with adjudications and helping claimants. They're on this modernized system. If you have staff you can spare, Louisiana is willing to foot the bill and train them on their system and get it done in a few days. At this point in time, Kansas wasn't in a position where we felt we were able to help support that. But it does speak to the fact that, through the work of this council and the agency, when we get to a modernized solution, whether we have a DUA event where we call in assistance for other states, or we hit another pandemic recession type event and we have to bring in just more resources, being on that platform will help us, to that point, fully integrate more of our resources. So I don't want to, be too blunt in saying at the end of the day, most or all roads lead back to modernization. Excuse me. And that's the oh God, excuse me. And that's what gets us moving forward on that front. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, switching gears here just for a second. In your response when they did this in post-audit, one of the things that I felt was a positive was you made a statement regarding our unemployment system, the way it is, and the fact that all the federal programs are now, they're done, at least for now they are. And our system, you stated, was actually fairly good at normal unemployment, and that you expect, outside of trying to catch people up with all of the craziness that from the federal programs created, as the mouse kind of works its way through the snake, I guess we should be fine going forward until we get this new system up and running, and it will work, in your opinion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to give that in my update later, but I'll kind of speak to it now for the council. So for everything that we've seen throughout the pandemic, the one thing the mainframe has been very reliable and good at is paying out 6 to 26 weeks of regular unemployment insurance. Where we started to see the biggest problems were when we had to transfer someone onto the first extension or the second extension or the third extension of a program, or we're bouncing them between different programs, stuff like that. The week ending September 4th was the last week of federal benefits available. So this week, claimants are claiming that week. So next week is when we're really going to kind of start to see the operational impacts of our claimant population is going to drop, I think, by about 2/3. So in addition to the volume just being substantially lower and all the issues we have to address, the mainframe is only being asked to do one thing, which is pay 16 weeks of regular unemployment. It's not being asked to administer some form of 6 different programs over 79 weeks. Another very significant challenge that's no longer an issue is, for the first time in a very long time, we've had cases in which an individual has been on benefits for more than 52 continuous weeks. The mainframe in our state, and I think in most other states, is based on the benefit year system. You don't run into scenarios where someone is on benefits for, in most states, more than 26 weeks, but never 52 weeks. We started to see significant issues when claimants started to hit 52, 55, 60 weeks, because the mainframe just wasn't built to handle someone claiming on a first claim across multiple benefit years and multiple extensions. So, Mr. Chairman, to your point, we have all of the ending program logic in place. It was all executed successfully as the program ended over the weekend. We don't foresee any significant challenges with the mainframe doing its core work of processing 16 weeks of unemployment benefits. And then obviously, as we catch up in areas like any pending claims that need to be worked, any appeals, part of the reason we're able to work through those a little more quickly is as I send my mainframe guys in, or my claims maintenance folks, to go in and fix a claim, they're not having to fix it and move mainframe data blocks around, so that not only are the back weeks paid, but they can continue to claim moving forward. Now it's just about fixing what's occurred up to the end of federal programs, and it makes the task substantially simpler. So all that's to say, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. You know, as long as there's not another extension or another new program thrown at us by the federal government, we don't foresee any significant challenges with continuing. And I think what that will track with for the legislative members of this committee is, I would venture to guess that you heard, you know, maybe only a couple times a year about unemployment prior to the pandemic. So we'll be working more and more towards that each week and each month.
Okay, so that's good news. Mr. Hayes, I'm going to give you the last question because we'll be getting an update from the Department of Labor later this afternoon. And we can ask more questions at that point. So, Mr. Hayes.
And really, this is probably timely to Senator Olson's comments on staffing initiatives in the future and looking back to the Great Recession, et cetera. I've learned to never say never. I mean, if we think this is the worst pandemic or disaster situation we're going to encounter, I think we're probably short-sighted in that manner. House Bill 2196, though, at the bottom of page 3 and top of page 4, outlines provisions that the Secretary of Labor will work in conjunction with this council in developing a strategic staffing plan. And I don't know that we've taken that initiative just yet, but I think that will become a focus for this council as we move forward.
Okay, Deputy Secretary.
I was just going to say briefly, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Hayes' comments, that's something that Secretary Schultz is working on. I definitely think the biggest part of what we're doing now was getting through the end of federal programs and our plan to roll off our current surge resources. As that's occurring over the next few weeks and months, I think that's the time for the Secretary and I and others in our agency to look back and say, what did we do that was very effective? What did we do that was not so effective? And then how can we have the ability to ramp up more quickly? To your point, Mr. Hayes, I think it's exactly correct. Never say never on what the next economic event might look like or when it might occur. So I would expect that as we get through kind of this part of the council's work and we get into November, December, that'll be a conversation for myself, Secretary Schultz, and this council to start having.
Okay, Council, we'll go ahead and move on from there to the pre-bid conference questions. The way that I see this working is that we will get a review of what the audit, what our RFP was, at least the meat and potatoes of it. Then we will go, you were all emailed several questions that we have received over the last few weeks from potential bidders. We'll review those. Most of those will probably be answered by the Department of Labor. And after that, there might be a few questions that are fairly easy, yes, no, and there might be some that require more conversation on our part for a decision on what we're really looking for in the audit. And so with that, after that, we will open it to questions for any potential bidders that are here in the audience or those playing at home. I'll try to monitor best I can. If you have a question on the audit or on the RFP request, then raise your hand online. If I don't see it, I'm sure one of the staff will, and we'll get to you. We promise we'll get to you. So with that, I'll call Director Day up. Thank you for all the work, Director Day, that you've been doing behind the scenes the last few weeks, and I'll let you go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Tom Day, Director of Legislative Administrative Services, and also I haven't been the only one doing all the work behind the scenes. Mr. Long with the Revisor's Office, Mr. Penner with the Legislative Research Department have also had a huge hand in this as well. The request for proposals was posted on August 2nd online, and by August 4th, I had sent out the request for proposal to 41 different companies around the country. And many of them, some of them are online on WebEx. I assume that some may be just watching through YouTube and or our own internal virtual system, Harmony system. And we do have some vendors in the room, Mr. Chairman. So if there are questions, it'll could be a combination of all that the impromptu questions could come from different venues. We did receive, I believe each of you have the questions in front of you. You were sent them yesterday, as well as a hard copy in the room today. The request for proposal will close on September 24th. There is an opportunity for any final questions to be asked past this pre-bid conference. Those will be due by September 14th at 5 p.m. And so if there are any further questions that come up, they must be in to us by September 14th at 5 p.m. The questions have all come in as the chairman said, over the last few days. And what I think we'll do is just go down each question and the 4 pages of questions and get the answers as we go along. I know that Deputy Secretary Brady has answers to many of these questions, as well as the Director of Legislative Post Audit. I believe there are 1 or 2 questions dealing with information that'll be coming out of Legislative Post Audit, in addition to the audits that have been performed. And just so that everyone online and in the room knows, the information from Legislative Post Audit this morning was background information for the vendors so that they would have that just a little bit of knowledge in case that spurs any other questions, or just to give them information about what has been going on in Department of Labor and with this council looking into the issues. Mr. Chairman, on page 1, the first question that we received, does the state already have the timelines with changes? I believe the answer to that question is yes. And so they will not, the vendor will not have to collect that information as part of the effort. Approximately how many endpoints and external perimeter housing the claim systems will need to be imaged? Mr. Chairman, I believe that's a policy question that this council will need to answer, whether that is all of them or whether that is just a select few.
Okay, and so the audit was, I'd like to know what the wording was, statistically
significant and probable, I believe. The evaluated statistically significant, projectable, and timeline control sample of the State Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. Those are the words you use: statistically significant, projectable, and timeline controlled.
Okay, I would say that that was I mean, we talked about that quite extensively, and I think we all know that it is nearly impossible and very expensive to do a forensic audit on every single endpoint and every single claim, as was stated earlier. And so we're looking for significantly statistical. I can never say it, what you said.
Statistically significant.
Right, that's it. And so I would say that that would be it. And I think the endpoint, that part's in statute, so we've got to look at it.
That's correct. That's
so,
part of the bill, out of House Bill 2196.
Right. And so we do need to look at that, but it's not clear on how much of it we have to look at. Is that correct?
Deputy Secretary or Mr. Penner?
Mr. Penner?
I was just going to say that some of these the first technical questions, the earliest ones that we got in, the Department of Labor has provided some helpful information on that. And their response on this, and if Peter has these in front of his responses in front of him, it might be more beneficial just to have him answer.
Deputy Secretary, can you opine on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have Kelly Johnson, the agency CIO, here in the audience with me, who I'm sure I'll lean on heavily for some of the more technical components. And looking at the endpoints to be evaluated, Kelly's kind of conversation with me was that depends on what our definition is. If we're looking specifically at the agency servers for administration of unemployment insurance, that's going to be a little less than 25 servers, and then of course the mainframe system. Now, if the definition of endpoint becomes any user terminal that can access the KDOL systems for the mainframe, Siebel, et cetera, that potentially expands it to our entire workforce, which obviously would not be, to your point, Mr. Chairman, feasible from a cost or time perspective. So we'd have to find a statistically significant portion to look at for that piece.
Okay, any other comments or? I know I received an email from, I'm going to search for that. We're going to table this one for now. I'll have some more information on what the endpoint is, but I believe the endpoint is bank accounts. Is what I think the intent was, but I'll have to look at some emails while we go through this. Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if bank account, or I guess claimant destination of payment, or however it's defined as the endpoint, that obviously gets into a much, much larger universe, both for legitimate claimants and then potentially fraud claims. So I'd say that to your point, we'd have to define what the statistically significant portion of those would be.
Okay. Deputy.
Mr. Chair, next question, what type of systems will need to be imaged?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it said operating systems is kind of the example. So the agency's workstations are all Windows 10 based, and then anything that's a server is on one of the Windows Server platforms. The mainframe runs on ZOS, which, as I understand it, is the operating system used for basically all mainframe systems in this capacity, including the other state agencies in Kansas that use a mainframe for different pieces. So those are the types of systems that we have at the agency that would need to be looked at.
And the size of the data would be the next question on that.
Yep, Mr. Chairman. So it's going to depend again on kind of the scope of everything that we're looking at to be imaged, the previous questions. We did look at the mainframe, and that ends up coming in at 19.2 gigabytes. If you're looking at all of our SQL servers, virtual drives, and kind of everything encompassed in the agency, the estimate our IT department gave was about 250 terabytes. I will note that is just an estimate at this time, because to get a accurate or precise number, you'd have to look at every single server and system to kind of get the full picture, but we feel fairly confident in that as an estimate.
Director.
Next question, are the systems in use going to be in use through March 31, 2022? I believe the answer to that is yes, since the new system has not even been started yet. What format of forensic image is preferred? As an example, EO1. There are also a few others that are out there on the market, just to name a few. In-case, P2 Commander, FTK, XWF. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that it matters whether it matters from the council's perspective or whether that would be a vendor choice going forward.
I think that's a vendor's choice, whatever they're comfortable with, as long as we can read and understand it.
And Mr. Chairman, the agency did not have a stated preference on that. To your point, as long as it's accessible for us and the council, it works.
Director.
Do you require physical inspection of the system during the imaging process, or can the imaging be performed remotely?
Mr. Chair, the agency said that remote should be sufficient. We couldn't think of any reason for the imaging itself being performed at a physical location. But if other members of the council have a thought or anything on that, we'd be open to it. But in our analysis, remote should be sufficient for the purposes of imaging.
Anyone on the council have a comment on that as far as having to do it in person versus just downloading it? I guess we're good with that for now. Director Day.
I believe, and the next one kind of piggybacks on that. Do you require live imaging, collection of active memory, or will imaging be performed, or just the drives?
And Mr. Chairman, the agency IT department said that we should be able to do that just using the drive data. Again, if any members of the council had any comments on live imaging being preferable or necessary, we'd want to hear that. But the response from our IT department is that the drive data should be sufficient for those purposes.
I'm seeing no objection to that.
The next question, Mr. Chairman, can you please provide approximately how many claims, rough order of magnitude, are expected from March 15, 2020 to March 31, 2022?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the data point we gave here in our response was that from March 15, 2020 through August of 2021, the agency processed 4.9 million weekly claims. We could look at over the next few weeks what our claimant population looks like now that we're down from 6 programs to 1, and maybe project out to that March 31st, 2022 timeframe. But the bulk of this is going to be the pandemic time period anyways, so we feel that 4.9 million number is probably a good starting place for the vendors to understand the scope.
Okay, so it's 4.9 million total weekly claims. How many individuals or records does that represent?
I can pull the number of claimants represented by that number as well. We should be able to pull that very quickly.
Okay, so we'll post that. We'll post that online, but would you have an educated guess that you can take as far as number of individuals that filed and were paid claims?
I'd say total impacted claimants, this is a high level estimate, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 would kind of be my preliminary guess, but we'll be able to provide a precise number.
Okay, thank you. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would then the council be helpful in providing, based on the number of claims, what we believe is statistically significant?
Director Stowe, could you help us with that? I would think that would be up to the individual auditing firm to determine what would be statistically acceptable.
Yeah, the size of the sample is going to depend on what confidence level you want, essentially, and how much variation you see in that. So you could leave it to the vendor if you wanted to stipulate what type of a confidence level that you wanted. That would help guide that calculation in terms of what type of sample size they would need. You could, Mr. Chairman, I think you could either leave it to the vendor if you've said statistically significant. I think there's an expectation, especially because you want it to be projectable. If it's a valid methodology, they're going to have to find something appropriate. If you want to get into the details of that and specify a certain level of confidence, would certainly be something the council could consider.
Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would think that in order to compare various submittals, that we would want to have at least some shared expectation in terms of level of confidence.
Is the level of confidence, Director, is that in the RFP? Or is that something that we can ask the vendors to provide on what they think they can do on different levels of competency?
That part is not in the RFP, but I'm sure that we could probably, I would think Mr. Long may have an opinion on that, whether we can tell them, we want 25%, or we making that statistically significant, or we want 1 million, giving them a base number. I think that's...
Supervisor Long, do you want to chime in?
Yes, Jason Long with the Revisor's Office. Mr. Chairman, I think as I read the statute, there's a lot of deference given to this council on conducting this RFP process and its directions towards the auditing firm to conduct the audit. And so I think this council does have a lot of discretion to advise the firms as to what confidence level it's looking for in terms of how the audit is to be conducted in terms of setting those standards. So I think the council could establish a confidence level. It could, as an alternative, just look at what methodologies are proposed by the various vendors and the proposals that are provided and make a determination as to what the council is comfortable with in terms of confidence and methodology at that point as to what's available out there. I think that's all within this council's purview.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask the obvious question then, based on the gentlemen sitting in here who are professionals at this. What's the minimum level of confidence we should be asking for then? Because we would hope that we'd at least spend all this money to get a little bit better than a coin toss at 50%. What's the level of confidence we should be looking for? Because it's going to impact the cost of this, obviously.
And if you're looking for specific levels like that, I'm going to defer back to Director Stowe, who has experience in terms of the methodologies that would practically be used and what the confidence levels of those various methodologies would be, to maybe provide some guidance to the council on a minimum baseline for RFP purposes.
Director Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it'd be reasonable to expect no less than a 90% confidence level. I think that in statistic terms, we wouldn't ever probably report on anything less than a 90% confidence level. That can go up to 95%, which is what we actually used in our neural network model, all the way up to 99% confidence levels. So I think you'd be looking at something 90% or greater.
Thank you.
Council have any problems with allowing a competency level of 90% or greater, and when the proposals come in, we can evaluate what they think they can get to. Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I just was wondering how this might be related to the number of endpoints. So is that answer to the number of endpoints related to then our level of confidence?
It would be for that particular question.
In that case, I would hope that we would answer these two questions so that sort of was understood.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Stowe, I just want to kind of make sure I understand, I'm doing the math correctly. If we were to say 90% was the acceptable confidence interval, and let's just say hypothetically the result was 500 million paid in fraud, would it be, am I doing the math correctly to say that at a 90% confidence interval, we're plus or minus 10% in either direction, giving us about, in that hypothetical example, $100 million band there?
Mr. Chairman, that's how I interpret it, yes, that the opposite of the confidence interval is the margin of error, so you add the plus or minus whatever. So at 95%, it'd be plus or minus 5. If it's 90%, you'd add plus or minus 10. Correct.
Thank you, Director Stowe. So Mr. Chairman, I do think that the approach for at this point, 90% or above, is probably the good starting point for the respondents to consider. Just wanted to flag for members of the council that as we evaluate the bids at a later date, and the size and scope of what we're talking about here, even in a confidence interval as high as 90% does have some limitations. Thank you.
Senator Francisco, did you have any more comments on that subject?
No, I appreciate the input. I just thought that the more specific we could be in our answers, the easier it would be to judge or to help the applicants understand what we're looking for.
Okay. Does anyone have an issue with the 90% level? as a starting point, I mean, the RFPs may come back differently. I mean, the proposals may come back differently. But not being a forensic accountant, not being an accountant, let alone a forensic accountant, I don't know that I can dictate that. Okay, seeing no objection. Director Day.
Next question, Mr. Chair. What type of databases are in use to collect the claims and supporting data?
Director Day, or Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are going to be mostly Microsoft SQL. We also do use an Oracle product that may have some relevant data in there. And then as previously mentioned, the mainframe is on ZOS.
Can the council please clarify, do you need a general review to evaluate the overall likelihood of a potential breach, or a detailed analysis of logs and controls to identify potential indicators of compromise, IOC, such as potential access or data breach?
Any comments from the council on that? I don't know if it can be done, but we are aware that there was a web page on our KDOL website that if you entered a social security number, it would self-populate. And there was no passwords required to get to that page. And that's what we were assuming these bots were doing. We're bouncing social security numbers off of that web page and capturing the data when it was self-populated. And so we wanted to try to figure out how many social security numbers for Kansans that we compromised and what we need to do about it to make those individuals whole. Senator Tyson, you're indicating?
No, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just agree with you. I think that is something that has not been discussed enough, and I'm glad that you brought it up. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So that was one of the items that we put in there that we wanted them to look at. Not quite sure how to go about that. I don't know if you can figure out how many various times that page was hit, but we do know how long that page was up, and we can look at how many website hits we had and come up with some sort of a possible number. Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we can certainly make any logs or any information available to that specific page, as well as any and all investigation the agency itself has done related to that page as well, to whoever the selected vendor is for a full analysis of that.
So, Council, are we looking for more of a general review of that, or do we want specifics, or do we want to wait until we get the general review and ask for specifics at a later date? Anyone? Mr. Oswald?
I'll go ahead and chime in for you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe just a kind of a general overview would be a good place to start. And if they find that there may be evidence of that, then they can delve into it a little bit deeper. I'm just afraid that if they waste all their time and our money on looking for something, they don't find anything, then we distract from the other more important things as well. So that's just my thought. I'm open to be influenced or convinced otherwise, so.
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with just knowing what the estimate would be as far as whether we were breached or that we were breached and what the possible extent was on a number of individuals. And we can take that number and look at that. We can drill down on that if there is a number. So let's just go with general. Anybody have an objection with that? Seeing none, okay.
Mr. Chair, the next question, do we need a detailed analysis of phone systems controls and security, or just a general review of how the phone systems are controlled and used?
Any input on that? I think we're looking for more general on most of these things to focus mostly on the fraud stuff. Okay. General. Director Day.
Next question, Mr. Chair. Has a budget been established? If so, how much? I believe we can answer that question with a no.
There was an estimate, I think, of $250,000 to $300,000. I know some money was set aside with the State Finance Council maybe, or the LCC Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll lean on research to correct me if I misstate. There was a proviso at the budget at the end of session that allocated $9.6 million to the Kansas Department of Labor to assist in the modernization project. However, I believe there is a specific provision that those funds could also be used for the costs associated with this audit, but capping the amount of funds used for the audit specifically at $250,000. Eddie's shaking his head, so I think I got that mostly right, but I'm sure we can confirm that.
Eddie?
Yeah, the numbers Deputy Director provided are correct. I would want to review the exact language of that proviso, though, before giving a specific answer.
Okay, so Director Day, you're correct. There is no budget yet set. There was that provision in the appropriations bill that set some aside for now.
Okay. Next question, are the fees to be paid a fixed amount, or would the state allow for additional fees after the awarding of the contract? Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The way that this is structured, the fees are to be paid a fixed amount as to whatever they, and that includes the time and materials option available. But we would also, this would be a change order to the contract if additional fees were needed after the awarding of the contract. If we went on a base amount that the vendor would submit, and then if we, let's say we delve into a more specific review, detailed analysis of the likelihood of a potential breach, the vendor may bid on this as a general review. But when the council comes back to the vendor, the successful vendor, and asks for a more detailed review, that may involve more money. So we may need a change order to the contract, and which would add the additional fees if we so needed them, and needed the vendor to do that more detailed analysis.
I believe that's what we discussed when we were talking about which way we want them to bid. We're answering these questions as best we can on what we're looking for. Should we decide in the future that once we receive that information that we would want more exploration in that particular area, we would have to have a change order on the contract. Any objection to that? Seeing none.
If the winning bidder were to encounter previously unforeseen costs, not only by the bidder, but by the state as well, will the state pay for those additional costs? I believe this same answer to number 2 would apply to number 3 as well.
If it was outside of what they proposed and we approved it, yes.
Next question, will the state take into consideration an investigative outline offered by the bidder if that outline and recommended investigative steps departs from the steps as noted in the request for proposal?
Yes, I would say we're all ears anytime that there's going to be a solution offered. If it's not something that we specifically asked for, we certainly want to look at that. Any objection to that, council? Seeing none.
Please define what is further meant by forensic endpoint images related to the claims in the external perimeter housing. I believe we've already answered. We will be answering that one based on the first set of questions. This is from a different vendor. So those answers will line up to each other from the previous vendor's question. Next question, does the state seek to identify the identities of the recipients of fraudulent claims?
Certainly, if we can identify them, the answer would be yes. If, we're not looking for them to go track them all down though, but if they're identifiable and you can give us an answer, then certainly anytime you come across somebody that you can identify that committed fraud, we want to know who it is, but we certainly are not looking to find all of the perpetrators here. Deputy Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think that's an accurate assessment. Obviously, there's going to be the parallel efforts by our team in working with law enforcement agencies to identify the criminals that perpetrated this and, you know, refer those for prosecution. So I'd say that that's going to be something that's going on in parallel, but any information the vendor can provide that assists in that, whether that's direct identification or just other information that's helpful.
Yes, and if they can help us identify them, I would say that they might get a separate contract with the Department of Labor to figure that out, but if they stumble across one during this audit, we certainly want to know who they are.
Next two questions are kind of combined here, Mr. Chair. Accenture was hired by the State of Kansas Department of Labor to assist with the answering services. Is it known how much Accenture was paid for these services? And then the question after that, did Accenture provide a written report for the work it completed on behalf of KDOL? And if so, will that report be made available?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the first part of the question, what Accenture was paid for services throughout the pandemic, we've already provided invoices on open records requests and stuff like that. So providing that to this vendor will not be an issue at all. In terms of the question related to any reports made available to the agency, I would have to speak to our legal counsel to understand what we can or cannot disclose based on our contract with them.
Okay, so you can or cannot disclose that with us, but if an auditor asks for it, you certainly could give it to them, right?
I'll have to check with our chief. I imagine if it's within the scope of an audit that it can be provided to the auditor based on the memorandum of agreement they'll have. I just don't want to speak right now without talking to our chief counsel first about what can or can't be disclosed to a vendor.
Okay, and do you have approximate number on what, for answer number 7, do you have an approximate number on what Accenture has been paid to date?
I would hesitate to give an estimate right now without information in front of me, just because one, the initiation of that contract is before my time with the agency, and you know we're talking about 13 months of services spread from July 2020 to today. So I wouldn't want to give an estimate, but like I said, that's information we've provided for open records requests in the past and something the agency can pull together pretty quickly.
Okay, when you pull it together, would you get it to us so that we'll know, and then we'll post it on the website?
Okay.
So the bidders can know. Director Day.
Next question, will the audit work performed by or on behalf of the Legislative Post-Audit Group, the audit work papers be made available for review? And I believe talking to Director Stowe earlier today, the answer to that question is yes.
Yes, I think we did. We talked about that quite extensively when we put this together. That the post audit work would be kind of a starting point, and all their work would be turned over, as well as they would work with them going forward to help them understand it and how they came about it. Any objection to that? Seeing none.
Next question, does the phrase "the amounts and nature of improper payments" include overpayments? Meaning that the recipient is determined to have an entitlement, but the amount was incorrectly calculated? And does this also include the possibility of underpayments?
So improper payments, Mr. Hayes, could you help explain that, or Mr. Oswald? I know improper payments were part of the audit request, and I know that we have a certain, I think 14% or something is what the federal government says that we had in improper payments over the last year.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're quickly getting into very murky waters here, and I'd let Deputy Secretary Brady add on to that. I mean, what's an improper payment is a person who committed fraud in the more traditional sense? Do you want that included? I mean, that could run into the tens of thousands of dollars per person. Is that something we want to know? Is it, I think this can go in 100 different ways very quickly. I would probably defer to Deputy Secretary Brady on this.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Oswald. If we were to use the USDOL definition of improper payments, you're capturing a very large universe of quite a few different things. Obviously, fraud is a component of improper payments. You're also capturing claims where, for whatever reason, the weekly benefit amount might have been calculated improperly, and we might not have had one employer's worth of wages in the base period in our system for whatever reason. So that would be an improper payment, either over or under payment, and several other different factors. This council might recall Doug Holmes from DC came and testified about the improper payment rate and how complicated and challenging that can be. So my comment to the council, Mr. Chairman, would be if we wanted to use the USDOL definition of improper payment and encapsulate that entire universe, we could certainly do so. I imagine that would have a very significant impact on the cost of the audit. The other portion, and I'd be interested if Matt or Director Stowe from LPA would have any kind of thoughts on this, having gone through it. For an individual or for a firm to really assess the improper payment rate and all the different things that could have contributed to it throughout the course of the pandemic would require a very deep knowledge of UI, both the federal framework for it and then the Kansas specific eligibility requirements. So you'd have to have a firm that either has a baseline knowledge in UI and understanding of it, or a commitment to training and learning it very quickly to properly evaluate those improper payments.
Okay, Charles Reimer.
Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to quickly remind the committee, that council, that one of the reasons for getting an improper payment amount is to determine the amount of transfer to the fund. That's in Section 6 of the bill.
Right, I was just getting ready to go there because this morning we heard an estimate from our auditors on fraud, but there was nothing regarding improper payments, and we are charged, or the bill does say that we will reimburse the businesses for improper payments for this time period and going forward. So we've got to find a way to quantify that. And if statistically significant and projectable, if they can do that there, I think that would suffice for now. I do know that the Department of Labor does identify improper payments, and on an ongoing basis, they'll be able to give us a report on that and reimburse the trust fund for that. Mr. Hayes.
A question for Deputy Secretary, if I might. I believe the U.S. Department of Labor suspended the BAM metrics, the benefit accuracy measurement metrics, which Kansas was identified at really, I think, the top 10 states at the 14.21%. If that was suspended, is the department tracking those measures as if that requirement was not paused?
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hayes. So you are correct, Mr. Hayes, in that the U.S. Department of Labor told all states that we could cease spam activities to respond to the pandemic and get benefits paid out. And Kansas, and I suspect every state did this, our BAM folks come from our intake, our adjudicators, so they have experience on the phones. And we shifted them back there for a while. After a few months, I don't know the exact timeline on the top of my head, we were told that we would need to resume BAM activities. The cases that were identified for us to conduct a BAM evaluation on never changed. So we came back to a backlog of cases from that time period that we had to work through. Through a combination of promoting individuals into the BAM unit and also authorizing some overtime, we are now nearly caught up on the total number of BAM cases that needed to be evaluated. And Kansas and every other state worked with our regional office to say, look, we know we're coming up to a backlog. Here's our plan to address it. Some states probably have that worked down. Some probably have much more than we do. I think by the end of this quarter, we should be completely caught up on BAM. So we will have information that we'd normally have on BAM here pretty shortly, being fully caught up.
Just a quick follow-up. Is the expectation that USDOL will request that and expect states to have gone back and backfilled that metric?
That is my understanding. I could reach out to the regional office and see if they have a more specific plan or guidance for how they plan to report that at the national level. But that's my understanding of the approach that they want to utilize, so that we can have because that 14.2 is at I think it's the 2019 rate. So we're still on a lag. I think they do want to have something to represent for 2020 and 2021 moving forward.
And just for the council's knowledge, that 14.21%, it's just like that 90% confidence level. It could go up or down based on an overpayment or an underpayment. So since the department has been tracking that and you're working through that backlog, I believe House Bill 2196 does charge us to look at improper payments as well by definition. And to the reviser's comment, it's going to be a critical outcome for us and potentially recouping some additional trust fund dollars if there were truly overpayments in that manner.
Okay, so it sounds like the Department of Labor has that information available, and it wouldn't be that deep of a dive for the auditor to get the information. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we'll certainly be able to provide everything related to our BAM program, improper payments and overpayments we've assessed to whoever the selected vendor is. The only, I guess, note I'd give for the council in terms of this being an audit is the auditor would either need to have a way to verify what they're reporting to them or to understand it or audit a sample of those so that they're not just taking the agency's information and data at face value. But we'll certainly be able to provide all of that.
Okay. Director Day? Nope. Senator Francisco?
So then is the answer yes?
The answer is yes, is provided by the Department of Labor and verified by the auditor. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none.
As to the deliverables, at the completion of the forensic investigation, is the state seeking an estimate of the total of improper fraudulent amounts dispersed during the stated time period, seeking information that will assist in the recovery, if possible, of inappropriate disbursements, and requesting suggestions for changes, upgrades to the current computer system.
I think I would say that we've answered A and B so far with the questions that we've had. And as far as the CE goes, requesting suggestions or changes, upgrades to the current computer system, I think our procurement department is well down that road, so that's not as important. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that it would be A, and that B was just, we're not using this audit to assist in the recovery. We're just saying if we happen to learn of particular names, then we certainly want to know them. But I don't think this audit is to seek names. And my concern is that if we're using something that's statistically significant and not including everyone, that feels to me inappropriate.
Okay, so yes, I think we've discussed that in a previous question, that is exactly what we're looking for. And if one of these companies ends up being able to identify rather easily or has a program that can shine some light as to who the perpetrators were, I would expect that they could go to the Department of Labor or the KBI and form a new contract with them to do exactly that. But that's beyond the purview of this council.
So then are we limiting it to A in response to this answer?
We're limiting it to A and then the answer that we already gave to B, which you restated. Director Day.
Mr. Chair, the next question. Under the cost sheet section of the RFP, number 3, please clarify the type of work you are requesting for the 5 years preceding 2020. Is there other work you wish to be conducted for this same 5-year period? And just for the council's information, if you don't have the RFP in front of you, number 3 of the cost sheet deals with assessment of the employer claim counts and charges for the 5 years preceding 2020 and claims in 2020 and 2021, with an examination of employers showing large increases in 2020 and 2021 to determine how many fraudulent claims were not flagged or for fraud. So what they are requesting is just a clarification of that work for the 5 years preceding. I would assume, and this was something that came up in discussions here in the council, I believe 2 meetings ago, or maybe the last meeting, but that 5 years preceding was added into that, 5 years preceding the 2020. And so it's just to clarify what work needs to be done in those 5 years preceding, plus the work out of 2020 and 2021.
Deputy Secretary, was that something you requested, or do we know who requested that in the audit? Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is not an item that was requested by the agency. Not to say we have an objection to it, just that we weren't the origination of it.
Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Day, can you clarify which section of the audit, which page and item number?
Of the questions?
On that specific.
It's, of the RFP, it's page 25, number 3.
Unfortunately, that might have been something that Senator Pittman asked for, and we would probably need to get some feedback from him. He may be here tomorrow, but that's too late for answering this question today.
It'd be too late for answering the question today, but we still will be working all day tomorrow trying to get all the answers down so that we can post them out on the legislature's website, hopefully by late tomorrow afternoon or Friday morning at the earliest, or at the latest.
Can you refresh me as to what we asked for going back 5 years? What does that entail?
Assessment of the employer claim counts and charges for the 5 years, for the 5 years preceding 2020, and also an examination of employers showing large increases in 2020 and 2021 to determine how many fraudulent claims were not flagged for fraud.
So would that be the charge statements that were sent out and the employer would have called in saying, hey, these were fraudulent claims that we called in and said not to pay, but we paid? Mr. Oswald?
That would apply to the period of time that we're looking at from March 2020 to early 2021. I don't think that would be applicable to the 5-year look back. Anecdotally, in our business, I mean, we had very, very few fraudulent activity in the 5 years preceding 2020. So I kind of at a loss of what we're trying to accomplish with it, to be honest with you. So maybe somebody can.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know the history or what, but I do know that there was some investigation going by the Department of Labor in previous years on fraudulent activity with businesses being formed that were not actual businesses and illegal immigrants filing false claims. So that could be the intent of this question. I'm not sure, but that would explain a 5-year look back, possibly.
Director Stowe, that request seems like that's going to, we could go down a big rabbit hole there and spend a lot of time and money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to think through that. I was trying to recall the council's discussion at the time, but there were so many items, it doesn't quickly come to mind. So some of the things I've heard the council members sounds familiar, but I'm hesitant to speak on without knowing the intent of the council. You're right. I mean, it could become a big issue, but I'd have to know more specifically what the concern of the council was that they're trying to get through this specific requirement.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I don't know if this was, but Senator Tyson got me thinking about it. If you were to look at the past 5 years, what you'd be looking at is the traditional types of fraud we've discussed. So, Senator Tyson mentioned fictitious employer schemes is one we've seen. Wage fraud that we're seeing today was still something we saw in the past 5 years. In terms of kind of imposter fraud, if you looked back 5 years, you likely would not see a lot of what we've seen today. What we most commonly saw related to imposter fraud before the pandemic was someone falsifying a claim for someone they knew personally. So someone claiming on behalf of their adult child, for example, because they're a parent and they know their social security number and the information they need to do so, or someone claiming for a ex-spouse, current spouse, stuff like that. If that is of interest to the council to kind of see, I guess, what fraud looked like in that 5-year period prior to the pandemic, that's certainly something we can provide, the information of everything that we caught, determinations we made, stuff like that. I think perhaps to your point, Mr. Chairman, if the ask was for this auditor to look at all of the data for the past 5 years and for those traditional types of fraud to see what wasn't caught, I think one, you're not going to find a ton of stuff that wasn't caught or easily find it, and two, would be a cost concern as well, just for that long of a time period and the complexity of what you might be looking at.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're correct. And I think maybe we should start out with possibly information from the department and then a legislative post-audit to see, and then we can decide if we need to go further with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's do this. Let's remove that request from the RFP for all vendors.
Just for the 5-year look back?
The 5-year look back. And we will, it could have been Representative Estes that brought this as well. So tomorrow, I believe they'll both be here, Senator Pittman and Representative Estes. Should there be more explanation and we want to include it, we'll post that on the site.
Okay.
Is that fair? Anybody have an objection with doing it that way? Okay. That's it. Thanks. Seeing no objection, go ahead.
Do what?
I'm not seeing any objections.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the next question of the proposals, the proposal states bidders should prepare their technical proposal in the same sequence of the RFP and then list 2.3 to 2.14. On page 23, the contents of the proposal section states that the technical proposal shall follow the order specified on pages 23 and 24. What is the preferred order of the technical proposal? With that, Mr. Chair, the 2.3 through 2.14 specifies different things that we need from the vendor based on some of their, the staffing, the company, and also on page 23 and 24 is some of that same information. So what the proposals that come into us on September 24th should be just basically following all of those issues, 2.3 through 2.4, and then following up with pages 23 and 24 under the contents of the proposal, because they will all kind of line up as they go down through. And then the proposal itself is pretty much the last item of the entire proposal of what they will do, what they want to charge us, and those. So they all just kind of line up as we go through.
So does that answer the question?
I hope it does. We can make that a little more specific as we put the answer out online.
Okay.
Next question, Mr. Chairman. Are bidders expected to use the cost sheet provided on pages 25 and 26 of the proposal, or can this information be provided in a different format? The information can be provided in a different format as long as that information that is in the RFP is captured in whatever format they provide to us, with the base bid and then the individual costs of each additional item, and then the I believe the information for their the listing of the hourly rates for each principal, associate, administrative staff, and subcontractor. As long as that, all that information is provided in one format, at the vendor's choice, if they don't want to use what's in the RFP, that's fine. And then the cost proposal itself is filed under seal in a different envelope as to the rest of the proposal, so that the two are separated. The cost proposal is separated from the technical proposal.
Okay.
Would the council like to see staff resumes included in the technical proposal, or is the information outlined on page 23 sufficient information to be provided? And the information that's outlined goes back to some of the name, title, address, email address, telephone number for all individuals who may be assigned, summarizing the individual's relevant experience, level of responsibility, including their work status, citizenship or permit, security level, and that a completed satisfactory criminal history and employment background history has been completed. So it is up to the council whether you want to see resumes of those individuals or if that information is sufficient with the proposals coming in.
I think that the information we requested is sufficient. However, if a potential bidder wants to include background information or something that might give them some sort of an advantage that would show the council that they have the capability of doing this, the experience of doing this, and a knowledge of the unemployment system, I think that would be beneficial to that particular bidder.
Okay.
Seem no objection to that.
Okay. Will the awardee have the ability to review the Kansas Legislative Division of Post-Audit working papers? That's already been answered, and the answer is yes. Will the awardee have the ability to review the working papers supporting the Kansas Department of Labor response to the February 21st LPA report during the engagement? That one hasn't specifically been answered, but I believe Deputy Secretary is going to explain his answer.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, our response to that audit and this one are both public documents, so that's not an issue. In terms of working paper, everything that influenced both of those responses is our fraud data set that I think earlier in the RFP is stated as data and information we will be sharing with the auditor. So I think the answer to that is yes, we'll be providing all of that data information.
Next question, Mr. Chairman. The auditor shall have access to all confidential documents. Does this include access to state workforce agencies' UI claimant data, wage records, or any other data used to determine eligibilities?
Yes, it would.
Information on the progress regarding the Secretary's implementation of all program integrity elements and guidance issued by the United States Department of Labor and the National Association of State Workforce Agencies. Does it require the awardee to communicate with the entities, i.e. the contractors, who are implementing these program integrity elements?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our office will be able to share anything related to integrity measures. I think this is specifically getting at, would this require the selected vendor to communicate with the National Association of State Workforce Agencies for our utilization of something like the Integrity Data Hub or something like that? I would have no issue with them communicating with NASWA. Obviously, NASWA as a separate outside entity would determine whether or not they want to respond or cooperate that, but the agency will provide all the information we can and would have no objection to them trying to communicate with NASWA.
Okay, and I think a lot of the NASWA's information is public anyway, and suggestions and recommendations. Okay.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can KDOL share the systems, platforms, and data elements that the awardee will have access to and retrieve the data to be used for the analysis? I believe that was already answered in previous questions and will be provided for this one as well. Can KDOL share the volume of claims received or expected during the audit period? We also have answered that one. What staff and documentation will the Kansas Department of Labor make available to catalog past requirements and processes for identifying fraud and improper payments? I believe that one has been somewhat answered as well. I don't know if the Deputy Secretary would like to add to that or.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will make any of our documentation on requirements, processes, procedures for fraud and improper payments available to the selected vendor, and that won't be an issue at all.
Are there requirements for data access and platforms the contractor will be required to follow? I think the short answer to that's yes.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, depending on the data source, there are different requirements that we will have to have of the contractor or of the vendor rather, and that will be part of, I think it's mentioned somewhere in this RFP, there will be a memorandum of agreement between the state agency and the selected vendor for what data sources they will have access to, what requirements they have to have in place for the individuals that have access to that data, and kind of the parameters around that. Much of that is set by our partners depending on the data source at the Social Security Administration or the IRS, again, depending on the type of data we're speaking about. So yes, there will be requirements for that, and it will be outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the agency and that vendor.
Thank you.
Will the contractor be granted access to a workspace or sandbox within the Kansas Department of Labor's environment in order to complete the assessments, evaluations, analysis? I believe that will be up to KDOL whether they provide office space.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think this is referring to a testing environment or a sandbox within our IT systems. Obviously, if they ever need to come on site, we have conference space to accommodate that. But I think we're talking more about the testing environment or their ability to manipulate non-production data to perform their assessments or analysis. I'm going to lean on Kelly Johnson here a little bit in terms of what our ability to support that is. I think that, and Kelly, please jump in after me, I think largely outside of the mainframe itself, the other SQL databases we have and data sources will have test environments set up that we can help them, to utilize and do their analysis. The mainframe piece of it is very different because it's much older technology that doesn't usually have that sandbox testing environment. Kelly, did I butcher that up too bad, or was I close?
All right. No, Deputy Secretary, you hit that right on the money. We do have some test environments, and probably for this effort, with adequate notice of a couple weeks, we could spin up a box dedicated for this team to work off of, to also have copies of our data that they could work on, query, however. The mainframe, although, would be a much different animal because it is pretty complicated, and getting a totally unique environment is very difficult on the mainframe. So we would have to work with the vendor to potentially get that data into like a PC type environment, but would be open to doing that.
Thank you.
Will the Department of Labor provide access to the tools and technology required to complete the audit, or should the contractor propose the tools they will use?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly will assist whoever the ultimate vendor is with whatever tools we currently have in place for data analysis and anything of that nature. I would probably caveat, though, that by saying, Mr. Chairman, that probably our expectation would be that the selected vendor is going to have more advanced tools available for this analysis than a state agency. So I think the answer here is a combination of we will provide them access to the tools that we have in place and we've been using throughout the pandemic. We would also like the contractor to propose what tools they have at their disposal to assist in this analysis.
I tend to agree with that. Any objection to that? Seeing none.
Last page, Mr. Chairman, finally. The RFP states that one of the evaluation considerations may include qualified staff. Staff qualifications, the contractor is expected to warrant all persons assigned are qualified. Given there currently is no key personnel resume requirements, how will qualified staff then be evaluated?
Good question. Anybody want to take a stab at that? Mr. Hayes?
I'll defer back to the response on the previous question that there's no requirement, but any vendors that are submitting proposals should put their best foot forward and spotlight or highlight the qualifications of their team that are going to be assigned to this project.
I think that's right. Senator Francisco.
My concern is, are we saying warrant is expected to warrant all persons assigned or qualified?
Yes, we are. That everyone working on the project is qualified. The company would warrant that they are qualified.
So then if the contractor is taking on that responsibility, then there is no further obligation other than their personal warrant.
There's no further obligation, but as we've discussed on a couple of different times today, that if they have key personnel that they want to put forward as a selling point, we would certainly look at that.
Next question, Mr. Chairman. An evaluation of systems with access to the payment and processing of claims, forensic endpoint images related to the claims and external perimeter housing of the Kansas Department of Labor's response to claim. That's a prelude into the next three sections. An evaluation can mean many things to different stakeholders. Can KDOL define with technical specificity what is expected to be performed for each of these two evaluations referenced in base bid number 1? Can KDOL also specify what framework responders should be expected to perform their evaluation under?
I don't know that it was the Department of Labor that requested that, so they can't really, Deputy Secretary?
I was going to add, Mr. Chairman, this vendor's responses are all directed at KDOL, but I think they meant the council for the vast majority of these.
Right, and that brings us to this question for the third time, as far as an evaluation of systems with access to payments and processing of claims for forensic endpoint images related to the claims in external perimeter. I did find the email on that, so we could probably discuss that now. That is in statute. We do have to look at it. The intent on that from the person that made that motion is in general, and the forensic endpoint images are the what we talked about earlier in what our post audit did as far as endpoint bank account numbers. Ones that were multiple bank account numbers that were used, or the same bank account number that was used on multiple accounts or on multiple claims. So the endpoint would be the bank account number. And then the perimeter is what allowed an access to our system. How was our system accessed on those claims that had multiple bank account or multiple people for one bank account? Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarifying question on the access point piece. Is that discussing how those claims can be accessed internally, so from KDOL workstations, externally, so from the claimant or potential fraudster filing the claim, or both?
That would be both, because if there was an individual in KDOL that was accessing the same bank account number over and over and over, we probably would want to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Just to say, though, that would not necessarily be fraud, because I had a number of couples and spouses who were both applying for unemployment. And so that could, when you see multiple, it would be better to looking at more than 2 or 3.
Sure, right. So we learned from some of the other states that we talked to that I think once they hit a 3 or a 5 members onto one bank account, that kind of set off an alarm for them. Mr. Hayes.
If I may, ask Mr. Kelly Johnson a question on how he interprets external perimeter housing and the forensic endpoint images from a technical standpoint.
Yes, thank you. My impression from a technical standpoint, our perimeters normally are external perimeter. So we could look at, people accessing the system, again, without getting into all the details, but through our webpage. We could also look at if we were to include internal CSRs accessing the system. Those endpoints I'm going to consider a terminal. So we'd take each one of those terminals and look at the access logs from that point. I think the one question that I would need some clarification on myself, when we talk about bank accounts in particular, are we talking about the number of bank accounts associated with different claimants? So in other words, me and my wife have the same bank account, and so of course, that would be valid, whereas, 20 people having that could be invalid. Or are we talking about the number of times a CSR looked up a record to determine a bank account? That's what I was not clear on.
So it would be in regards to a claim that was paid into an account. And so it could be if that individual made several payments into that account, those accounts the account that had 20 or 30 people on it, or 20 or 30 different claims on that one account, we would look at that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with that information, that what I would look at primarily, we could still look at access logs, but the primary thing that I would be examining is the current status of claims that are in our system, what accounts they were paid to, and then the uniqueness of the claimant identifier to that bank account. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does, thank you.
I think that's the best estimation we've had so far. I'm sure when we open it up to the vendors, if any of them have any further questions, we'll try to answer them for them. And if they may be able to explain it better than we did, just like you did, sir. Thanks for that. Go ahead. Director Day.
Sorry. Can KDOL provide the description and definition of each system that are in scope to be evaluated? I believe we've answered that one. Number C, can KDOL clarify what external perimeter housing means? Are you referencing physical controls or firewall? I think we've had that conversation throughout this morning. Has KDOL already conducted any assessments to verify the amounts and nature of improper and fraudulent payments to date? If yes, will the awardee have access to that research? Is the awardee expected to validate prior results or calculate the results on their own? I believe KDOL has said that all that data will be available, any data that they have, plus the data that post-audit has come up with as well. It will be made available, and I don't know if there's the last part. Is the awardee expected to validate prior results or calculate the results on their own?
The awardee would be expected to calculate the results on their own, but learn from what we've already done.
Okay.
Any questions with that? Senator Francisco?
It may be different for improper payments versus fraudulent payments. Because when we talked about improper payments, we were saying that, I thought we were saying that KDOL would provide that and that the auditor would not have to go through each payment, but just verify it. That may be different from fraudulent payments.
That is correct, but they would still have to come up with their own number or projection.
So I was assuming that they would not be, in terms of improper payments, I thought we were just asking them to kind of review and verify KDOL's work, but not to calculate the results on their own, not to go back through every improper payment.
I would just echo the conversation that Deputy Secretary and I had earlier, that they would turn that data over, it would be substantiated, and they would need to supply a confidence rating or level of the validation process. So I think that would suffice in that manner.
I think that's what we discussed. Everybody comfortable with that? Seeing no objections.
Has KDOL implemented an approved methodology for detecting improper and fraudulent payments? Is the vendor expected to follow this approach or develop its own methodology?
The federal government has a definition of improper payments and a calculation. And Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I'd agree that, a lot of it's driven by federal guidance, and, we obviously have our methodologies we use for both improper and fraudulent payments. In terms of the vendor expectation, I would turn that back to the council a bit. I would suspect they would look at our methodology while also either developing their own or modifying it to come to an independent result as part of this audit. But to answer the KDOL portion, yes, we have methodologies for both of those that we use, and we'll provide those to the selected vendor.
Mr. Reimer, Charles Reimer.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick reminder that improper payment is also defined in the statute in the bill, and that is in the RFP, that definition.
Okay. Director Day.
Next one, are unemployment payments clearly segregated by pandemic-related federal unemployment compensation and KDOL's traditional unemployment compensation?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All claim and payment data we will be provided will be broken out by the benefit program. So yes, it will be broken out.
Director Day.
Consulting services to perform audit of Kansas Department of Labor and unemployment insurance system for fraudulent claims and improper payments. Please confirm that KDOL, that the type of audit procedures to be performed are IT audit related consulting services.
I don't think we're looking for consulting services on our IT. We know our systems are antiquated, and we know basically what the solution's going to be moving forward, and we've got a whole separate process for that.
Okay. Does KDOL require penetration testing as part of the assessment? If yes, how many public-facing IP addresses or websites are in scope?
Senator Tyson, it's in your.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The number would definitely be by the department, but I think that should be in scope.
So in your opinion, that's the proper way to do it?
I don't think you can rule out anything when you're starting an audit, that you have to, I mean, we're trying to find the evidence of where it went wrong. So it does need to be part of the scope, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And then, so how many public-facing IP addresses or websites are in scope, Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get back with Kelly and team, and we'll get an answer to Eddie later today or tonight, just on how many total public-facing IP addresses we have. We'll also try and break that down into categories if at some point we may need to only test the certain ones that we feel are relevant or important. So the agency will collect that information and get it to research.
Okay, so we'll post that when we get it.
Next question, next two questions, Mr. Chairman, the first one has been answered. Can KDOL define the assessment to be performed on the phone system? And we've answered that in previous questions. The question was asked a little differently. And can KDOL provide the phone system used that will be assessed? And I'm sure that's an easy answer on that one.
Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The phone systems we use Cisco as our base phone system provider, which is what I think every state agency uses. Additionally, to support our surge capacity, we've also utilized Amazon Web Services over the course of the pandemic to support above what the state standard on Cisco could. So all of the information and data we have associated with those two systems can be provided to the awarded vendor.
Thank you.
The last one, Mr. Chairman, RFP states that provide a minimum of 3 references, including contract names and telephone numbers. Please confirm that references can be state and local as well as commercial sector references as well. And I believe since we did not specify in the RFP that references would include any and all of those, but I will leave that up to the council.
I would say that they can give us references from wherever they'd like, except for the fact that the ones, if they can give us references from other states or unemployment system experience, those would be more beneficial to that bidder. But no, we didn't clarify as to.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions that have been sent in as of 5 o'clock last night. Just a reminder to all the vendors online as well as those in the room, the archive system, if they want to go back to listen to this meeting after it's all over with, or at least this portion of the meeting, will be archived after the meeting is over with at approximately usually about 30 to 45 minutes after the meeting's over. It's ready to go in an archive format. So now, Mr. Chairman, I think if there are any impromptu questions, that's your call.
Okay, yeah, so why don't we take a 10-minute break? Anybody needs to use the facilities, we'll come back and we'll open it for questions and comments from our potential bidders. Before we do that, I think Representative Hoffman had a...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was Justin had something he wanted to add, and he was trying to get your...
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real small point of clarification, because the question has come up with our interaction with the vendors. Want to make this clear. So, of course, our work is going to be available to them. We're happy to sit down and talk with them. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that's been discussed. There is a slight caveat. I just want it to be understood by the council and by the vendors. The confidential data that we've received from the Department of Labor, by our own contractual obligations to them and non-disclosure agreements, we cannot share with outside entities the data itself. And we've already talked with Mr. Brady and the Department of Labor. We think it's much more appropriate for the auditors to get the actual data from the Department of Labor. We are not usually used as a conduit for that. So we will help them understand the data. We'll talk about our methodology. The department, because they've already prepared it for us, has it prepared for the vendor as well. But just want to make it clear, the audit office isn't usually used as a conduit for agency data in that way. So I don't think it will inhibit them, but I just want to make that clear.
Okay, right. So they're going to have their own agreement with the Department of Labor, and they can receive the exact same data that was provided to our post-audit department, plus any additional data they request, correct? Okay, the answer was yes.
Sir, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break We'll be back at, what is it? 10 after, 5 after. Okay, if everybody could take their seats, we'll try to get started here pretty quickly. Okay, council, let's go ahead and start back up. I believe we left it that we were going to open for questions and comments from the potential bidders that are before us today, either online or in person. And so we'll open that at this point. If anyone online has anything to contribute or have a question, just raise your hand online and we'll get to you. Anyone in person, you can just raise your hand in here. Yes, sir. You could come on up and get to the podium and you can introduce yourself, state your company and your title and question.
Good afternoon. My name is John Mulvaney. I'm with CBiz. I head up the white collar and government investigations group for our organization. Thank you again for this meeting today. This has been extremely informative, not only for us, but I'm sure other vendors who are interested in submitting an RFP. I just have two really quick questions. I was able to read the post-audit report last night, which I thought was excellent work done by Matt and his group. The question I had with respect to his report was, and certainly to KDOL, is with respect to the actual distribution of funds, has any analysis been done of that data with respect to groupings of ultimate destinations and things of that nature?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer is yes, we've done some work looking at, and not to get too into specifics here, but routing numbers, different banks that have been potentially utilized by fraudsters more than we'd expect, like legitimate claimants, and analysis of that. So we do have some data and preliminary analysis on that piece of it.
When you say data, how much of that? Does it have to be a complete examination of all of the distribution of funds that were paid out?
So we have, so in Kansas, claimants can receive money either via direct deposit or a prepaid debit card. The vast majority of fraud occurs in the direct deposit space. We have all of the account numbers and routing numbers as part of our data set and can run analysis on, grouping routing numbers, grouping account numbers, anything like that. And that's data sets and analysis that will be provided to the awarded vendor.
Okay. And one last question for Matt's group, if they're still here. Can you estimate how many hours actually went into the two audit reports, not only the reports themselves, but the actual work that was done for both reports, the most recent one and the one in February?
Director Stowe.
So I'm actually calculating that real quickly. Give you a rough estimate at least, and we can get you a more specific calculation of the actual. I was trying to think of our 4-member team. So my guess is that we've been working on this, as Deputy Secretary Brady mentioned, for almost a year with about a 3 to 4 person team. So it's probably around the 6,000 to 7,000 hour range for all the staff combined for that duration.
I'm sorry, what was it?
I would say 6,000 to 7,000 hours. And I'll get back with you. It's pretty common for our regular audits to run about 2,000 hours, but those usually are done in a quarter. So the fact that this has been extended so long, there would be quite a few man hours probably associated with it. But I will get back to the vendor with that specific answer, the actual numbers.
And that would be number of man hours, people hours.
Yes.
For everyone in the department that worked on it, or just the 4 individuals?
That's a rough approximation of everyone in the department. The time spent by management and others in my position is marginal, it's nominal to the actual project. So that's a pretty good estimate, but I'll get a precise number. I would give you a rough estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions from in person?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Not seeing any online. If there's anyone online that's having problems raising your hand and you want to just click on your microphone and unmute it and say something, we'll recognize you. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions, we can move on. Thanks everybody for coming for that portion of it. And as stated, we will post all the answers on our website. Director Day, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, as quick as we can get all the answers compiled, we do have all the questions, as you know, since you have a packet in front of you, ready to go to post online. And then we'll add the answers to those questions and have them posted on ks.legislature.org on the homepage of the website. And it'll say questions and answers, pre-bid conference or something along those lines. And like I said earlier, these meetings will be archived. This meeting will be archived shortly after its total conclusion. And so any of the vendors can see and or hear if they want to go back over the questions and answers that were given in the meeting. They can listen to those again before the questions and answers are posted online.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay. Also, you have until, what was it, September 15th to send any final questions?
September 14th, 5 p.m. I think it's a Tuesday. September 14th is a Tuesday. Yeah, yesterday was the 7th, so yes.
Okay, then we will plan on meeting the day after that as a committee to answer those questions, and I'll have some of those additional states that have some recommendations for us at that time too. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We have got Mike Bean here for a My Reemployment Plan update. Thanks for waiting on us, sir. And hopefully we weeded through the 7,000 people that we had to suspend benefits because of the glitch or the fact they couldn't all get the resumes to you on time. So I'm anxious to hear that we've got all that figured out.
Yeah, I'll start with the good news. The good news is it's a beautiful day outside. Maybe not until you're out of here, but it is very nice. But also along some lines of interesting and good news, and all this data is as of yesterday. There's a little over 60,000 jobs posted on Kansas Works, and that's been a steady increase over the past couple months, several weeks. Looking back at reports from 2 months ago, we were hovering around 50,000 and have jumped since then up to 60,000. Just to give you a little idea of the sectors those jobs are in, obviously retail, trade, and hospitality continue to be in the top 10, along with healthcare, manufacturing, technical services, which would be more of your technical careers, ag, wholesale, distribution, and I think I mentioned manufacturing are all continuing to be in those top 10 sectors. The largest concentration of available jobs, as you can imagine, is in Johnson County, Wyandotte County, and Sedgwick County, mainly in our metropolitan areas, but there's a steady trend throughout all counties in the states of upward movement and job openings. So if anybody has doubt that the economy is recovering at a very quick pace, hopefully that will change your mind that the Kansas economy is thriving, and honestly, we're back to pre-pandemic job numbers as far as job openings and pre-pandemic unemployment numbers too. So a very tight labor market, as you can imagine. Some updates on the My Reemployment program, and again, these are all data points from yesterday, September 7th. Currently, since the introduction of the program, a little over 21,000, almost 22,000 individuals have been enrolled or notified of their participation in the My Reemployment program. Almost 15,000 of those 22,000 have completed the requirements of the My Reemployment program, and if you remember, that's completing and submitting a job search plan, which also includes an interest assessments, and creating an account. And the second piece of it is creating an account on Kansas Works or updating their account on Kansas Works and posting or creating or publishing an active resume. To date, there's almost 15,000 resumes within those accounts, which align very closely to those that have completed the My Reemployment plan. So as we think about employment, we're able to track with our partners at KDOL some wage data. Keep in mind that wage data is a quarter in arrears, so we're just now starting to capture that. So a little over 1,200 individuals are showing wage data, and also confirmation from either an employer or the My Reemployment Plan participant. A little over 1,500 have indicated their employment. So almost 2,000 people we have confirmed have found employment. I think last session, somebody asked, or last committee meeting, somebody asked about training and those individuals who've taken advantage of training. As of yesterday, about 88 participants of the 22,000 are participating in a training activity, and that is anywhere from a dental assistant to an electrician to an HVAC technician, with the largest majority as a commercial truck driver's license. In addition to those 88 participants, 67 are taking advantage of supportive services through the system. That could be anything from childcare assistance to transportation assistance to purchasing apparel, clothing for a job that they may have. So I think what we've learned through a couple data points is, if you can imagine, you or I can sit in our easy chair or sit in the comfort of our living room and complete the requirements of My Reemployment. Excuse me, it's those individuals who are actually physically coming into the workforce center, being exposed to the services, hearing the orientation of services, looking at their eligibility for program, or those individuals taking advantage of the training or supportive services or job search help at a higher degree. That doesn't limit the person doing it from home or from their phone of doing those things. We just know that there's more chance of a person engaging further in the services if they're actually engaging within the workforce system and with a staff person. So with that, I'll conclude, Mr. Chairman, and open and stand for questions.
I think on one of our previous meetings, we made a suggestion that we alert individuals before they hit the 3 weeks. That then triggers the resume. Have we figured out a way to do that, and are we posting it? I would think that it would be on the website when they enter their wage information each week that, hey, by the way, after the 3rd week, you're going to need to turn in a resume to keep this process going. Is that?
KDOL has been, and I'll let Peter speak to this, has been very aggressive in initial notification, at initial claim, and also having that information, to your point, on the website too.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know we have banners on the website that indicate My Reemployment Plan, and that's a requirement for, I think we say all claimants. It doesn't technically include some that are on like WorkShare, those very narrow exclusions. But we put that information bannered on the website. To the point Mike was making, both KDOL and Commerce really throughout the summer did a pretty aggressive campaign to make claimants aware of it, especially when we were talking about that first group of claimants that encompassed, everybody that had 3 weeks going backwards. The new claimants each week is much less and a lot more, manageable once we've done that initial batch. I know Mike was also lucky enough to do quite a few TV interviews in the major media markets to make sure the information got out. The other piece, and I'll have to check to see if it's implemented, the initial claim monetary determination letter that we send out is called a KBEN 41. It's kind of the first information you'll receive from the agency on what wages we found under your name and if you're entitled to benefits and what your potential benefit amount would be. We were looking to reformat that form to include a notice about MRP that alerts claimants at that time that is going to be upcoming as well. The challenge there was that form was already pretty compact, and part of 2196 required us to add information about unemployment benefits being taxable to that notice as well. So I will circle back with my team on if that part's been updated. Like I said, I know the challenge was we were already adding something to a pretty compact form and then trying to add something else.
Mr. Chairman, also on that form, Peter and his team have implemented that the claimant will now be aware of their username and password associated with their Kansas Works account. So that eases some of that transition into creating the resume and updating your account too.
So how many outstanding individuals do we have that still need to send us a resume?
If you look at the data that I have, it hovers around that 7,000 number. And Peter and I have had many conversations about that group of numbers. Are they, a couple things, are they claimants who have found work and not reported they found work? Are they claimants who have just said, okay, I'm done? Or are they claimants somewhere still in the pending process or adjudication process?
Okay, and then you mentioned that an individual has more success if they take advantage of of all of Kansas Works.
Right.
Can you tell me how many, how many you've identified that could use these services, retraining and things like that? Have you made those offers, and are people taking advantage of it, or would you say more than half of them are? Or?
I would say a significantly small percentage. What we are doing with those individuals who are still receiving unemployment claims, who have participated in my reemployment, staff are following up with them with phone calls, offering additional assistance. And that's where a lot of that pull is coming from, is from the, I'll call it the retouch or the reconnection that staff are trying to make. But it's a very small percentage that are actually taking advantage of all the services within the system. I would say less than 10%, sir.
Okay, and then when a company logs in and identifies somebody that, when you say participated in Kansas Works, that means send a resume in?
I mean, take advantage of the system. And that could be anything from an orientation to services, helping them with their resume, helping with a cover letter, doing mock interviews, helping with a job search platform. And then you go to the side of, all of these people qualify for training services as a dislocated worker, taking advantage of that or the supportive services piece. That's where the gap's missing. As far as what an individual can do as far as self-service, they can take advantage of anything available within the website system, meaning searching for employment, obviously posting their resume, searching and applying for jobs through that manner. But that's where the services end as far as the full gamut of opportunity.
So would it be beneficial to tie the Kansas work system into the new unemployment system, as far as, like we've heard from some of the other states, their employment is tracked and their job interviews are tracked all on the same system, merging Kansas Works with the Department of Labor system?
Yeah, there's a lot of advantage to that. I mean, we currently know if let's say I'm engaging in services within the Workforce Center and I'm referred to a job at Spirit Aero System, that's tracked. And I know if the system knows if Mike Bean's looking at jobs, know what job posting I looked at, when I looked at it, and how long I spent at it. But as far as was I successful in my employment, our wage data comes back in the 6 months in the rears to identify, yeah, Mike actually was employed by Spirit Aero Systems.
So currently, there's not any back and forth between the Department of Labor saying, okay, they entered wages, they're off they're out of Kansas. There is?
Yeah.
So you get that data, then you could get that data live.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And then part of the My Reemployment plan was that a company, if they were to offer somebody employment, they could, and they didn't take it, they could report that to, is it Kansas Works or Department of Labor?
They can report that through the Department of Labor.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, so how many companies have reported individuals?
We'll lean on Peter.
I can have that number here in a minute. I know it was we put job refusal determinations in that biweekly report we send to the council. So I can pull the year-to-date numbers on that. But I'll have that for the council here momentarily when I pull it up on my laptop. It's on the employer page of our website where they can report that. And then just for the council's awareness, I may have briefed this in the past, that creates a temporary suspense on that individual's account. We will send information. Well, if the employer reports it, we usually have all the information we need from that employer side. We then send a form to the claimant to provide their version of the events or what happened or why they might have potentially refused suitable work. An adjudicator on our staff looks at all of that information and then determines whether or not they had good cause to refuse suitable work. But I can have those numbers here in a moment.
And our staff, Mr. Chair, if they're made aware of it, they will direct the employer to that link to report the the activity.
Okay, any other questions from Representative Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is a pretty hands-on program, takes a lot of time. You probably had to add a few employees, some staff to make this program work.
Actually, we've only added one staff. We've automated as much as we can. The only hands-on piece, and it's a review piece, is making sure the participant or the person enrolled in My Reemployment has actually completed the job search plan. So we'll look at some key points at that, and then also the staff will upload that plan into the system so we have documentation related to it. That's a brief touch, so to speak. Now, obviously, when we launched 17,000 on day one, there was a little more hands on deck than there is right now. So right now we have one person dedicated to that, and that was funded through the bill too.
And some of that's callback stuff.
Right. Yeah, the callback piece that I mentioned, our reemployment staff who are funded through the federal Wagner-Pfizer Act, that this is part of their role of matching, people unemployed with employers seeking employment, are doing the callback work as part of their regular duties.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to date, or at least this should be through August, that's the last report we sent to the council. A total of 425 job refusals have been reported to the agency by employers. Of those 425, 354 claimants were denied benefits as a result of that determination, meaning the agency determined that they refused suitable work. 68 of those individuals were found to have good cause for that job refusal. Just as a piece of background for the council, and I think we provided this in June early on in the council hearings, there are good cause reasons someone could deny work. It could be it's too far from their home, it wasn't comparable to their previous wages or comparable to their existing skill set or prior job, stuff like that. I'll also notice on the denials, just so that the council is aware, that denial is only ended once that individual has earned 3 times their calculated weekly benefit amount in covered wages in the state of Kansas. So if you were found to have refused suitable work, and just for easy math, your weekly benefit amount in the state of Kansas is $400, you would then have to return to work and earn at least $1,200 in covered wages from an employer before that denial ends on your account. And then obviously to claim future unemployment, in addition to ending that previous denial, you'd have to meet all other entitlement and eligibility criteria.
I recall going through all that. It seems pretty complicated, but it sounds like you got your arms around it. Any other questions?
Well, thank the committee very much, and thank for all your work. Oh, Senator Tyson? Okay, sorry. Thanks for all your work you're doing. I had the pleasure of listening for a few minutes. You guys are very knowledgeable and abrupt on unemployment right now, so kudos. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so next up on the agenda, Kansas Department of Labor update. I think we covered a lot of it so far, but anything you want to add, go ahead and add it there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I've covered a pretty good portion of it when we discussed LPA. I'm going to highlight a few things. And I know a few council members were interested in kind of the updates that we were receiving from the U.S. Department of Labor, specifically on their modernization efforts and what the next steps are there. But like I mentioned earlier, federal programs did end this past Saturday, September 4th here in Kansas. So this week is the week in which claimants will be filing for that week, and any claimants on federal programs will be filing their last week of benefits. So I kind of mentioned it earlier, we've seen decreased call volume, and even on continued claims has slowly gone down through the month of August and late July. My reemployment plan has certainly been a piece of that. I suspect there's also claimants that, realize the end is coming near and have begun work searching more aggressively. But we expect to have a little bit of increased volume this week just because it was the last week of benefits. Next week and the week after is when we're really going to see the operational impact on the agency in terms of what our workload looks like when the claimant population is decreased by about 2/3 to 70%. Tangent to that, we're also putting in place a plan to ramp down our surge resources pretty significantly. That ties to the fact that, as our claimant population goes down, we just don't have the need for the same level of resources that we've had throughout the course of the pandemic and throughout the course of the summer. Obviously, the big things that the agency will be focusing on through the fall is sort of the cleanup work associated with, one, the end of all of these federal programs, and then two, preparing our system for modernization. So making sure all of our data is cleaned up, making sure we're working through appeals. So where we've made an initial determination, the claimant has appealed that through our process. There's multiple levels of appeals. We're still working through many investigations and many things on the fraud side, including working with the audit that this council is going to commence here shortly. And then, we'll obviously be gearing back up for issuing 1099s starting in October, November, as those have to be out by January 31st of 2022. I won't get too into the MRP stuff. I think Mike did a good job of covering that. What I'd want to do now is kind of talk about where we're at with the U.S. Department of Labor and what updates we've received over the past month. Some of you may have seen the news release. The U.S. Department of Labor has undergone an effort they're calling Tiger Teams. They've contracted with Grant Thornton and then several subcontractors to provide advisement and assistance to state labor agencies in addressing backlogs, making claim information and claim accessibility more available to claimants and states, and then looking at how service can be improved. This is being funded out of the $2 billion that was allocated to the U.S. Department of Labor for modernization through the American Rescue Plan Act. What I've shared with some of you and what I'll share with the larger council is my view of the situation was Kansas has limited ability to influence how USDOL chooses to spend these funds. This is the path they've undergone, at least for the initial use of these funds. So anything that can be a resource and help Kansas, myself and the agency wants to make sure that we are taking advantage of. We were very fortunate to work closely with the regional office and secure a spot as one of the first 6 states for this Tiger Teams initiative. So these are going to be 6 states at a time in 8-week waves. Part of my thinking personally was any help we can get is much more impactful in August, September, October than it would be when we get to November, December, January, just because we'll have worked through more issues at that time. So we were fortunate to engage with them. We're about 4 weeks into that engagement at this point in time. At this point, we've got the assistance from Grant Thornton and the groups they're working with. They have not made grant funds available to states at this time. However, the U.S. Department of Labor has indicated that they will potentially make grant funds available to states to address some of the issues that may be identified through the Tiger Teams engagement, which was one of the reasons that we wanted to engage them early. Is any issues that are identified, we want to be able to fix sooner rather than later. And one thing USDOL has not put out guidance on those specific grants. Another thing that was announced at the same time as these Tiger Teams was the U.S. Department of Labor is entering into blanket purchase agreements with a few of the major ID verification tools. It's my understanding that basically U.S. Department of Labor is going to be either footing the costs or reimbursing states for the costs associated with putting those in place. Last week, the guidance we got from the Employment and Training Administration was that guidance on those blanket purchasing agreements was still forthcoming. But they did not have anything to provide us, at least as of last week. So we will be keeping a very close eye on that. Another thing that I did want to mention for this council, we've talked extensively about one of the challenge being, I mentioned it in the LPA response. We've received 48 pieces of policy letter guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor during the pandemic. On Friday, September 3rd, which was the second to last day of the federal programs, USDOL did release change 6 of their policy letter on the PUA program. It included 44 pages worth of changes that Kansas and the 52 other states and territories are going to have to work to implement as we clean up and close out this program over the next year. But I did want to highlight that as a note that it was a little bit challenging for the agency and a little confusing in our opinion that they would choose to add so much guidance to a program that ended the next day after the guidance was issued. That's the situation we're in. We're going to implement it. We're going to work with our partners at USDOL, but wanted to share that tidbit of information with this council. The final piece I'll add to, we talked about that $2 billion that was allocated from the American Rescue Plan Act to the U.S. Department of Labor to support modernization. USDOL announced last week they are standing up a Office of Unemployment Insurance Modernization that will be within the Office of the Secretary of Labor for the purpose of supporting modernization and administering those $2 billion worth of funds. It's my understanding that they've announced the 2 senior folks to lead that office, and they're recruiting for additional positions to lead kind of in that space and support the allocation of those $2 billion to states. Something I've shared with this council in the past, and I'm hopeful will happen in the future, is that part of the USDOL process to utilize and allocate this $2 billion will be to give states that are currently on mainframe systems grants or financial support to retire those mainframe systems and get onto modern platforms. When I talk to my counterparts in other states, there's a lot of stuff you can say about modernization that would be great, that'd be fantastic, that'd make life easier. But if you're not getting states off of mainframe systems, none of that really matters the next time we hit a big economic event. So, Mr. Chairman, those were the notes I had and the updates I wanted to share with this council. Happy to stand for any additional questions.
The last part that you said about the standing up of the modernization office, how does that affect our current procurement plans?
So, Mr. Chairman, my thinking would be, and what I'd recommend to the council is, I'm hopeful that at some point in the future, they make funds available to cover the cost of modernization. I don't think Kansas or any other state's in a position to be waiting on that to start taking action. Mr. Hayes made a really salient point earlier that we just don't know when the next economic crisis will be or what will cause it. And we need to be as far down the road on modernization as we can. So I don't think it would be prudent to wait and hope to see what funds are made available. I think we move forward and hopefully, because the other thing too that we're seeing across the country is many states right now are entering contracts and getting ready to modernize. So if we went forward and asked maybe for reimbursement or to cover part of the cost after the fact, we would certainly be in a larger group of states that would be in the same position.
So this department that they're setting up for help with modernization, is it only with funds, or is there also advice, or what if they create their own system or a better system? Would that be an option going forward? We'll be able to make that switch?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, USDOL did do a few listening sessions immediately after the Rescue Plan Act with states about, how we thought modernization, how they could benefit us in modernization. One of the areas USDOL felt that they wanted to look into was what they described as a open source and modular system for unemployment at the federal level. That could potentially be added onto state systems. I think there's certainly some merit to that discussion. The challenge is, and I think what Mr. Oswald and Mr. Hayes probably noticed is state systems, even modernized ones, are vastly different from each other. So to try and create a federal framework as a bolt-on to all 53 state and territory systems would be really challenging. To get back to your original question, Mr. Chairman, they're doing a lot of work beyond just how to allocate that $2 billion and what goes to states and what USDOL is investing in. They're looking at a bunch of different solutions and opportunities to improve in this space. But I certainly know what they're hearing from states at this point in time is priority 1A is get as many states as humanly possible off of mainframe technology.
Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did have the opportunity to serve on a Tiger team when I was working at NASA. And I would say that this council is our legislators' response to forming a Tiger team. It was the best we could do under the circumstances we have, basically to take the bull by the horns and try to attack this problem. I do, one of the comments that you've made about a mainframe, I don't think the architect of the system is what's critical. It's updating the system that we currently have, whether it be to a mainframe, because there are some efficient and very, again, getting into the debate of what the actual system is defined in that, whether it's a mainframe or whatever, a cloud system, I would have debate over that too. But I don't think we should limit our terminology in the committee as to what our solution is. Not to pick on you, just to make that clear. And then I do have a question about the legislative post-audit that was presented earlier this morning, too.
That for the Department of Labor? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I can't thank the Deputy Secretary for his work and other staff members in the department. You guys have been through a thunderstorm that is just extremely violent. But what I would like to ask is the history. On page 18, we were told earlier, not in this meeting, but in another meeting when this document was presented, was that the federal government warned in March of 2020 of fraudulent claims ramping up. And then the funding was made available for the department in August, as what we were told in a previous meeting also. And then the department did not implement the dual identification that helped us stop, because it is very impressive to stop the $2 billion. This could have been much, much worse. But my question and concern is, why the gap? That's a fairly large gap from your first notice to be in March and then action not to be taken until the next of the year, February.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I'll speak to the piece of the timeline I know when we talked about the audit earlier, Mr. Hayes noted that there had been some conversations with agency leadership in that summer timeframe. Those were not conversations I was a part of, so I can't speak to what was said or what the understanding was. What I do know is that as these solutions were looked at, especially in the August timeframe when funding became available, was that finding a way to get another modernized system for ID verification to link into the mainframe for core processing and claimant registration was a challenge that the agency did not have a solution to at that time. It took a considerable amount of work and ultimately finding Okta as the solution to link between the mainframe, a system, and ID verification for us to get that in place. Senator, as I noted, when we talked about this piece of it, and when we had the demonstration from ID.me, it was shown that November, December, January, February was the time frame where the bulk of states were able to start getting these solutions in place. These were ongoing conversations every week with the National Association of State Workforce Agencies in terms of how can our unmodernized systems find a way to get these modern ID verification tools added to the claim system. So I know that was a top priority for the agency. To your point, Senator, there was a U-poll, I believe, in March that warned about the increase in fraud. I think that one was more general to all of the types of fraud that we'll see. Part of that is USDOL knows, just like we saw in the Great Recession, anytime there's a greater availability and demand for benefits, there's just going to be more fraudulent attempts on the system. As this pandemic drug on, and as we saw the early states get hit, like Washington State, for example, it became more and more clear that a new type of fraud was being utilized that we'd never seen before, which is this massive imposter fraud. So, Senator, that's all to say, I think you make fair points, and I think, all states wish they'd been able to act quicker. From everything I know about Kansas and my experience, the question was, how do we find a way to make this work with our current system? That just took more time than any of us would have liked it to, but that was the situation we found ourselves in.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But at the federal level, wouldn't you agree, Peter, that they accepted the fraud? I mean, when they weren't verifying the information on the PUA and some of them. I think their first mission was to get the money out there as much as possible. It's obvious to me they pushed it out through the SBA, through stimulus, and through unemployment. They were trying to get the money out to everybody because basically half the workforce or better was shut down. and they were trying to get money to everybody. I think we lose that aspect of what was going on. That's never happened before, has it? I mean, in the history of this country where, that I know of, where, you know, when you have a downturn economy, you work towards it. You have time to build in programs. Where this, it was like one day we walk on the floor and we're passing legislation here in Kansas to eliminate the waiting week, and we went home. And I think a lot of similar stuff happened at the federal level. I think they had people advise them there's going to be a lot of fraud. And their mission was to get the money out to the people. And now we're running around second guessing everything. I think we need to, you know, definitely upgrade our system and build a system that works a lot better than it did. But, you know, sometimes I think we're beating ourselves up. I don't know. That's just, I think the federal government accepted that fraud and they knew it was going to happen. And, you know, they still met their objective. They got the money to the people that needed it. I think it's our job to build the new system to, you know, stop that fraud from happening. And you know, if we'd had a moderate system, you'd have probably been able to adapt a lot better and stop a lot of it. But some of it probably would have got through still.
Yeah, Senator. So I think those are all good comments. A few kind of points I'd raise or add to that too. In terms of the suddenness of this pandemic, the overnight increase from 2,000 initial claims to 50,000 in March, the only time we've seen a suddenness even close to that, I would probably say, is the Great Depression. And as many of you in this room would know, the Social Security Act of 1935, which was passed in response to that, is what created the unemployment insurance system to begin with. So since the event that created unemployment insurance as an institution, I don't know if we've seen a suddenness like this. And one of the things we've talked about in testimony over and over again is that this recession created the PUA program, a brand new system to service folks that have never been attached to the unemployment system previously, which was its own challenge. I think your assessment, Senator Olson's pretty fair in that Congress's objective was to start getting money out the door quickly. What we saw in Kansas was the same as every other state in that March, April, May, June time period of 2020. We were trying to service a unbelievably larger volume of claims than we had ever seen, all at once. We were also trying to stand up all of these new programs at the same time. And there was understandable and strong, public pressure in terms of how do we get these extensions in place? How do we get people paid? How do we get claims adjudicated? So I think your point that this situation is very unique and very different from other recessions is accurate. One thing I think I talked about during the LPA testimony last week was in a normal recession, to your point, Senator, we'd have months or even years of indicators or slowly rising claim numbers on unemployment levels to start building up resources, to putting more folks in adjudications and appeals, to kind of planning downstream of it. This was a unique event in that it really all happened overnight. Matt spoke to it when we talked about LPA earlier, but the way state labor agencies are funded for UI is through something called the RJM, which is the Resource Justification Model. Basically, it looks at the past year and says how many units of work did you do, and this is how USDOL is going to fund you administratively. That works fine when things are stable, but it lags significantly, even in a normal recession, for catching states up to the funding they need. And then when you have events like this, where it's truly an overnight change, it does take a long time for the RJM to make the adjustments for the amount of work needed to get the states the funding they need to react. So just to add on to what you were saying, Senator, I think that's a solid point. I think this event's very unique. And to the point Mr. Hayes made earlier in the day, just because it was unique this one time, I would not assume that it's going to be unique again in the future. And making sure we have a modernized system that could react to an event of this magnitude should be of our importance.
Just one follow-up. Whether you agree or not, the government took actions to try to save our economy from having that Great Depression. I don't care what anybody says. You can either print the money or you can deal with a long soup line for a long time. And, they cranked up the printing presses and, you know, they shoved it out every way to keep this economy alive. And I think sometimes we're overlooking that part of what happened, and it happened so quick. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think that's a fair point. I think the one piece of information I'd maybe add to your comments is the actual defined recession period from the pandemic is only 2 or 3 months in terms of when we hit those thresholds for being considered a recession and when we've recovered out of it. So certainly it seems from my point of view, I'd agree with your assessment that part of the goal of Congress was to get a large amount of money out to those that needed it very quickly. A unfortunate side effect of that is there's just more opportunities for fraud. And I think to a point you made at the beginning, Senator, other programs experience significant fraud too at the federal level, from my understanding of it, such as the PPP loans.
I agree with all that was stated as far as trying to get the money out early and all that stuff. But I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that the fraud didn't start until October. We were warned about it in March. I think that was the senator's point. Senator Tyson's point was, sure, we wanted to get the money out right away, and that's what we did. But there was very little fraud reported or found by our auditors or by the Department of Labor, almost zero until September. And so that was quite a long ways after we pushed all that money out the door, and we learned a lot, and we were warned several times by the US DOL, by the employers, by the Economic Revitalization Committee, which a lot of us were on. I think that's what she was trying to point out. So, yeah, I agree that we wanted to push the money out. We wanted or the federal government did, and they wanted to try to maintain the economy. But at a certain point, enough is enough. They did warn us, and they did ask us to have identity protections in place, and they funded it in September. Deputy Secretary, you were not around for most of that. I would imagine, knowing you how I do, that had you been here, things might have been a lot different. We might have, if we would have put those in place when we were asked to and when we were funded, we would have, as Mr. Hayes alluded to earlier, we may not have even had to form this committee or this council. So I appreciate the work you've done since you've been here. I wish you were here earlier. You weren't, and we can put all that behind us and work forward for a solution, I think. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Hayes?
Yeah, just going back to the stand-up of this new modernization committee or office through USDOL, my interpretation of it, a lot of it is going to be not only the management and distribution of funds to states, but they're looking at kind of a module-based approach, and there may be options down the road for Kansas to partake in, but I don't think it should interrupt or deviate us from our current path that we're on. We need to find a solution that's going to be impactful for Kansas and hopefully have a better path forward for claimants as well as employers across the state.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I think the next agenda item is approval of minutes. Eddie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have two changes for these minutes that have been brought to my attention since distributing them out. I don't know if anybody else has any more. They'd be welcome to bring them to my attention. The first one is that Shawana is listed as absent on the July 12th, 13th meeting. She will be changed to being present. She was here virtually on the WebEx call that day. And the other one, Senator Francisco brought to my attention, is that on July 23rd, she discussed requesting that the Department of Revenue modify their boilerplate tax clearance language, and Tom indicated, I believe, that he'd had that conversation with Department of Revenue in the overnight period, and that, just a mention of that, did not get into the minutes, and would like to have that included. So those are the only things that have been brought to my attention in terms of changes to these minutes. Were there any other, anybody else notice anything that needed to be changed?
I'm not seeing anything. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes that were circulated previously for July 12th, 13th, 22nd, 23rd, and July 26th.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Council, you've heard the motion by Mr. Oswald, seconded by Senator Olson. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to be noted as abstaining since I was not at the meetings for either the 12th through the 13th or the 26th.
Senator Francisco is abstaining from the vote. Please tell me that I'm not the only one that hears that. Thank God. Okay. Yes.
I would preclude that I should probably also abstain from that vote since I've only been here for the July 22nd, 23rd meeting.
So noted. Representative Long also abstains. Motion still passes. So with that, I believe we're going to, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr.
Connor
Chairman.
Cross.
I believe I should abstain from that vote as well. This is my first meeting I'm in.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to? Okay. All right, then with that, we will adjourn and we will meet tomorrow at 9:30. We are hopefully going to have presentations from two of our vendors. I understand there's still some question regarding that, and hopefully in the spirit of transparency, I hope that we will be able to have these presentations tomorrow, but that remains to be seen. If we do not have them at here at 9:30 tomorrow, you can bet I'll have some information to review for the committee. So we'll see you at 9:30. Oh, and the payment vouchers will be handed out. Those of you that came in the day before, please indicate that on your voucher. We're adjourned.